All right.
Hot heat.
You're tuning in to the Vulcan Soapbox.
It's your show, Vulcan. Come on, man.
I'm here to stand on my soapbox and proclaim that to the world.
What's the deal, good people? Actually doing your intro today, or?
Oh no, no.
Okay. So yeah, what's going on, good people out here today? We got an exciting show with a lot of different topics we're going to cover. It's going to be a fun one. So definitely, all of you out there, like, subscribe, share. We're going to have a good show today. Send your comments in. If you want to be on a guest on the panel, we may shoot you a link. So be ready. You never know when the rock's going to come to you. All right, so we'll go ahead and start it off. Before we get started with this one right here, we're going to go ahead and introduce our panel. So we got the man, Wade. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Wade.
How's it going? I'm Wade. Ready to do this tonight, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wicked. What's the deal, Wicked?
What's going on? Wicked Dream here. Just here to have a good conversation like normal. And
Yes,
just
sir.
real quick, when you had that intro, did it say VULKAN in the very first clip? I would check that.
I'm not sure.
I would check
Good
that.
question. T Reason, what about for yourself?
You're right.
What's going on? What's going on, good people? It's the one and only T Reason. I look forward to a good panel tonight. Look forward to some good debates, nice discussion. I'm ready to see what we got in store. Let's get it going.
Yes, sir. And Dane, the Big Daddy Podcast.
Man, I am happy to finally be here. I think I was the last one that showed up on panel, but I finally got here. I'm old and I'm fat, but I'm here. I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir. And then we got Victor with Accountable Masculinity in the building.
You're
What's going on? It's good to be back for a second, man. I had a few minutes since I want to come by and just say what's up, show the panel some love. It's Victor with Accountable Masculinity, and also known as the Internet Stepdad. I'm a step ahead of the dad you never had. What's up?
that's hard.
Bars. And then Freshly Snipes.
Freshly Snipes. I'm just here to get my shots up, man. Make sure the conversation goes smooth. We got a solid panel in front of us today. Some solid questions. Let's get to it.
Yes, sir. And on the Vulcan, we love doing the show, having topics that come from all different places, all different kind of people. We just try to have fun, barbershop fun, but with a little bit of accountability as far as our intellectual abilities on being able to explain ourselves and back ourselves up. We like to make it a little more intellectual, y'all. So when y'all out there, all the folks out there that listen to it, understand we're having fun, but at the same time, you're going to be held accountable. So shout out to Accountable Masculinity again on this. So we're going to get into the first topic here. Okay, Freshly, if you can go ahead and pull up the video for it. And make sure we can hit audio.
Hey, come on here and catch this motherfucking fade. Ain't no shooting going on. Shoot that motherfucking fade, my nigga. Shoot that motherfucking fade, my nigga. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Hold it. It don't matter, nigga.
So yeah, you can go ahead pause it right there. So we can put the question on the screen here, fellas. I don't know if y'all were able to catch what was said all the way, but one of the quotes in there was, "How should somebody?" So the thing that was said was, "If you're told either fight me or I'm going to shoot you." So the question for the panel is, how should someone handle being told to fight or I'm going to shoot you? We're going to start off with T Reason on this one. What you got, big dog?
I'm fighting.
A minute or less.
I mean, pretty much given the parameters. I mean, if I got to choose between getting shot or fighting, I'm throwing hands all day. You know what I'm saying? It is an awkward situation to be put in because on the one end, you may want to choose a nonviolent outcome. You know what I mean? You might not even be in the mood to fight, but you better, if somebody is threatening to shoot you, you know what I'm saying? Unless you can get to safety. So you got to gauge in that moment, can I get to safety without being shot? And if you can get to safety without being shot, then you can make an executive decision to go left instead of engaging. But if you know that you only have one of two outcomes of being shot or fighting, you got a fighting chance if you ready to throw some hands. Vulcan, I think you muted.
Yeah, Wade, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with T-Reason. Try to get away if you can, but if that isn't an option, if the only choices are fight or get shot, well, then you're an idiot to do anything other than fight. Like, who's just going to stand there and be like, no, that's okay, shoot me? That's just dumb. So, yeah, unless it's like, shoot me in the ankle or something. But yeah, no, trying to get shot is not the option.
Appreciate that, Wade. Okay, Wicked, what about for yourself?
I mean, fight really is the only option because you're going to fight him or he's going to shoot you. Or if he tries to shoot you, it's going to end up in a fight. Because if you try to run away, at least in that situation, I don't think they were going to let that kid run away if a gun was pulled out. I'd just see that everybody's surrounded, doing nothing but encouraging the fight. So either way, there was going to be a fight happening at the end of the day in that situation. And then again, if you're going to get shot, you might as well at least try to go out fighting because you're not just going to stand there and take it. I mean, I don't see anybody doing that.
Got you. Victor, what you got, big dog?
Man, you already know what the damn answer is. I'm about to sit back and just willfully get shot for no reason. You know, I take my chances, put my hands on you.
Take the chances and put the hands on it. Okay. Yeah. Dane, what you got, my man?
Run, Forrest, run!
Anybody choose to get shot?
I think Dane's talking, but he ain't.
You're muted.
You there? The sound bites was hitting though.
We
I don't know if Dane's coming
heard
in.
your sound effects, not your
Yeah.
voice.
Well, yeah, Freshly, you feel like going right now till he gets ready?
You gonna get handled. That phone gonna get thrown off to the side, and you ain't gonna have enough time to really call the police. It's not as simple as, oh, let me just call the police. You got a whole bunch.
I'm gonna be able to call. I'm gonna be able to get off. I'm gonna get to call the police.
You can try, but if you outnumbered the way I got you outnumbered, you gonna get blindsided in the rag.
I think
28 pounds.
Victor, what you gonna say something, Victor? What are you about to say?
I didn't see the video for whatever reason. It was loading or something. But I came in after I just heard the options. So if somebody talking about shooting a fade, man, you know what I'm saying? If you got a chance to call the police, go ahead and do it en route and just let them know. You know what I'm saying? If y'all pull up and I got hands on somebody, I called you in advance, you know what I'm saying? But if I got to fight, I'm not going to just let somebody beat me up.
Yeah. And that's the thing. If you look at it, he had to go in the house to get the gun. He was on the way in the house. I would have let him go in the house and I'd have been up out of there.
Yeah, see, that's a little different. I guess if going the way that Fresh just said it, I would definitely agree with what he's saying. I thought it was like that dude there had the pistol and it was like, you're going to fight me or I'm going to shoot you. I didn't know that it was like the other, you know what I mean? Because it was kind of a little hard to hear.
Here, I'm gonna turn it up a little bit and let's see if I can.
Yeah, but if he's like, oh, I'm about to go inside my house and like a dude's like, oh, I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to go inside my house and go get a gun. I'm out. You're not. Bye.
Yeah, by the time
I'm not about to stand there. And by the time, as soon as you turn to go into the house, I'm out. I'm out of there. Bye. I'm not about to sit there and let you go in the house and come back outside and then like, come on, bro.
I'm gonna play it again real quick so everyone can get the full gist of it.
You're lucky. I see it. I see. He just said, "You're lucky I don't have my gun on me." That's what this started off. I just caught that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So hold on. So we agreeing. It sounded like what he said was telling the guy, I guess, whose house it was, basically like, you know, you lucky I don't have my gun on me, basically.
No,
that's what he said. That is what he said.
Yeah. Yeah, he goes, you're lucky I don't have my gun on me.
This is the guy who owns the houses who was saying that. Remember, he walks past this guy.
No, the other kid said it.
Right. But this is the kid. So what I'm saying is, The kid
He looked
who
like he
said,
lived
"You
there.
look, I don't have my gun
That's
on me."
his house.
"You look, I don't have my gun
That's
on me."
his house.
He tries to
Yeah.
go into the house to get his gun. They call him back out and say, "Don't go get the gun. Come shoot this fade. It ain't gonna
Yeah,
be no
yeah,
shoot."
And then that's when the fight started from there.
That's when the fight started. He's trying to go.
Yeah.
The guy who said that is trying to go in the house to get the strap. They're telling him, like, "Don't do that. Come out here and fight."
No, hold on. So here's what happened. The other guy walking up said, either fight me right now or the next time I'm going to get you. Lucky I don't have my gun on me. Fight me right now. If you don't fight me right now, the next time I see you, I'm going to shoot you. That's what he said.
I didn't hear any of that.
Wait till I come
I'm
outside.
trying to
with the
figure
gun,
out why
right?
I can't hear me on.
Well, we can hear you now. We can hear you now, Dan.
You can hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Does it sound like my audio's echoing like a reverb? Because it does to me.
No.
I don't hear an echo.
No, it's
not at all. I can hear you talking.
Yeah, he said, "Wait till I come
To
outside
me,
with that
to
thing."
me, it looked like
No,
the dude
the other
who
kid
was.
is saying it. The other kid is the one saying it. The one in the green is not the one talking.
I
It's
know.
the other guy that's the one talking. And
Right.
he's saying, you
He
lucky I
is
don't have my
trying to-
gun on me right now. He said, you lucky I don't have my gun on me right now.
So either fight me or wait till I come
The next
outside.
We can
time I
address
have
it
my-
all the different ways. So I don't know how long we want to stay on this, but yeah, we can address it all the different ways. So I guess I'll finish off.
It'd be a lot better if that woman in the background would just shut up and let us hear.
Yeah,
that's true.
So I think for me, you know, I like what's been said so far. For me, I look at it like this: if you're the guy, if somebody's telling you, "Hey, look, either you're gonna fight me or I'm gonna shoot you," if somebody's giving you those kind of options right there, I'm assuming I'm getting shot either way. That's how anybody that's that irrational. I'm not assuming, because that means they don't have any regard for my life. And that means even in our fight, they're not trying to shoot the fair one. They're trying to delete me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see the benefit. Obviously, I agree with everybody said as far as defending yourself. You know, I'm not gonna let somebody just beat on me, but I don't gotta come outside. You know, now me, I probably would go outside because I'm thinking in my head, like, I don't think it would me. But the thing is, but the reality is I've been in those situations before where people that might take somebody's life. And I'm thinking in my head, like, it doesn't matter if I win today. You know, what did Tupac say? Some buck that I roughed up way back, coming back after all these years. Rat tat 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 tat. That's the way it is. So I mean, I've been thinking it's a lose-lose. We definitely calling the cops. Now it's easy to say than to do. It's easy, especially I don't know how it is for white people within the black community. It's way easier to say go call the cops than to actually call the cops.
Hey, it's only
I
4
wouldn't
buttons,
necessarily-
brother.
I wouldn't write out saying, but
Listen.
hold on, I wouldn't write out
In
saying
white
so
community, the cops were already called as soon as they started yelling.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you know what? It's only 4 buttons, but even better, I got an iPhone. Siri, call 911.
Now, are you saying that in the house or out of
here.
the house? Can they hear you saying that?
They got the Alexa in the house, so it's heard everywhere.
Black people, we'll die over our street cred. Let's keep it real. Come on, Victor. Come on, Freshly. We'll die over our street cred now. Come on, man.
I don't know about you.
I moved away
Lumpy
a long time
and
ago. I don't associate with that.
He
I'm
said,
calling the police.
Oh, yeah.
You only need street
Call
cred in
him.
the streets.
Damn.
I've been out the streets for a
I don't-
long time.
I don't care nothing about street cred. You don't
Oh,
get a
yeah.
house with that. You ever got a
Appreciate it.
cred? That's crazy.
Facts.
Street Listen, street credit is
To your left
is
when I can
janky
save them,
anyway.
help them out.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
I will say this: street cred is not something you can cash out on.
It ain't.
So no matter how much credit you got, you can't ever cash out on it. So
Yeah,
you know.
ain't no level of credit in degeneracy.
That credit union goes defunct.
I don't know. The
often.
streaming stuff kind of paying people to be degenerate. So I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you want. I mean, everybody can make whatever they want to make in whatever lane. You know what I'm saying? They still pick Jay-Z apart, you know what I'm saying, based on what you know what I'm saying, what path he was on in his life. You know what I'm saying? But that's the whole point. Everybody gets to judge from whatever distance they want to judge from. People say what makes sense for their decision-making palette than other folks. You know, some people they don't look at brushes with the law as anything other than just necessary for the sake of whatever it is that they do. But that don't mean everybody want to do the same thing forever either. Somebody gonna tell on somebody at some point.
See, like my opinion, they talk about street credit, but they don't talk about the debt that comes with credit.
A bar.
The ideal moment. Come on now, let's really think about it. You know what I'm saying? Like all of it is really just tied to a lack of emotional restraint.
Is Dame back? No, is Dame you still out, Dame?
He's trying to play with sounds.
Okay. But yeah, so I mean, I guess
those were my sounds just a minute ago. Whatever. I can't hear.
Okay.
Oh, Dame got sounds.
Yeah.
So I guess like I mean like before we go to the next topic, I guess any kind of advice any of y'all would have for a young man in that situation?
I mean, handle it the best way you see fit. I mean, if you feel like you got to call the police, call the police. If you feel like you got to go back inside, go outside. If you feel like you got a good chance of winning a fight or winning an understanding, then throw them hands. Because I have seen situations where it seemed like it's going to lead to violent gunplay, and it end up being two mutual guys throwing hands, and then they get up off the ground, and now they got a certain level of respect for each other because they was willing to throw hands instead of pull triggers, so to speak. I can't necessarily say it's a lose-lose situation because I have seen a lose-lose turn into a lose-win. So,
yeah, I mean, to your point, I've been a part of both. I fought in the suburbs, I fought in the hood, and everything in between. The suburban fights, it was very low risk. You win, you lose, you go home, y'all playing basketball or football the next day, you know, smeared or whatever, or whatever you want to call it. But
every day.
What do you say?
What Vulcan is telling y'all is he lost them suburban fights. That's why he was allowed back.
He can show his face again with no problem.
No, sir.
He ain't lose no credibility.
They don't want no get back. They already got the dub.
Bro, the hood, you gotta fight every day.
Ain't no reason to keep going at it.
Yeah, you gotta fight every day, even if you won. You know what I'm saying? Like you're doing this real.
He was sipping wine at the Polo Lounge the next day.
Yeah, hey, his status already locked in.
Yeah.
Not only to get whooped, he playing football and basketball the next day. He getting picked last.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh man.
That's wild, man. Hey, yeah, if you do take the L, you definitely got to worry about it. It's kind of remind me of what Cormier said when he was talking about John Jones and he fought John Jones the second time and lost. He was like, "So what do you think about this rivalry?" He said, "I lost twice. Is it really a rivalry?"
No.
Yeah.
Hey, but we still need 10 for full court.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, if you don't come out here, we're gonna whoop you again.
Anybody else got any? Well, I guess my advice for the young man would be this right here, like it's been said. The consequence, especially with the neighborhood I'm seeing them in, he don't need to be trying to fight like that because he was too close to that concrete. If y'all watch the video, the he's fighting on that concrete. You get slammed on that concrete, it might be worse than actually getting, shot. So like a lot of people don't even know how to find where they're gonna, do the fight. And so like, yeah, he's better off just staying in the house, taking the social L's. Maybe you don't get a couple girls for a little while. Your boys make fun of you, but I can't even say that because typically with bullies like that, if that guy's really on that kind of time, it's gonna happen again tomorrow.
Like, and this is the thing: you get your ass whooped now. You viral forever. You get your ass whooped somebody hit replay on your ass whooping.
That's facts.
Today, this ain't what people think it is. Like the advice would be make the decision that you can afford, because even if you win, but the video show you getting your eye, you know what I'm saying, or your lips smacked off your face. Nobody cares what happened after that. They looking at the viral moment. I beat that dude up. Well, this says you didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it depends on the edit. You're right about that.
We can
might be the Trey Rag video.
Yeah.
And then another thing you got to worry about is say you are winning the fight and the other guy's friends are there and the guy's losing, his friends are going to jump in and you about to get jumped. And at least in a situation like that of what it looked like, it's like you had how many people egging you on. So you know that they're willing to jump in the fight just by their actions of what they're doing.
They got fists can go viral too.
100%.
You get hit with everybody fists.
There's entire pages dedicated to just that. Hood fights.
Mm-hmm.
Disgusting.
Bro, make the decision that you can afford to make. And I ain't talking about money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you take a L on camera, you take a L forever. We still talking about Sharkeisha, even though she wasn't even, You know what I'm saying? Like
Sharkeisha.
See,
Sharkeisha.
y'all started you a soundbite. And don't make the wrong noise during the fight.
Oh yeah, I love those. Those are my favorite. I ain't gonna lie.
Funny, yeah.
Hey, I'm part of the degeneracy on that one.
Yeah, he needs some milk. Now you
needs some milk.
Yeah, now you caught up in the mix. You know what I'm saying? And everybody know what you are by soundbite. Oh, you was the dude that got beat up. Just like
I heard somebody in a fight make a sound like this when they got hit. I was like, yeah, you dead forever. You can never fight again.
Remember when that
Freshman, you did that sound too well, man. Hold on. That wasn't you in the fight, was it?
Hey, I watched that video 50-11 times.
Hey, see,
played it back.
See,
had
look,
replay value.
Exactly. You don't want to be replay. You remember when that bus driver uppercutted that lady?
You're going to jail now. You're going to
now,
jail
the worst
now.
thing is to be out in public and somebody show you the video of you getting beat up or manhandled.
Oh yeah, they
like
show
somebody
you.
be like, "Is this you?"
None of us were part of that generation. So we missed that. None of us. We
missed that by this much.
Yeah,
I would have told that young man, don't engage. Either he's at his house and he came outside for that, or he showed up at Buddy's house. And why?
And that's part of the reason why everybody in this Generation Z is going on a t-shirt. You're not gonna make me go viral. You going on a t-shirt first. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's a can't take a L era. You know what I'm saying? It's not win or lose. It's not none of that.
Tragic.
Yeah, it's like the guys that can really fight that want to get you into, you know what I'm saying, a situation where it's even. They say, come down to the boxing gym, come down to the MMA, come down here, or the glove guns down, gloves up. They try to get them in them type of situations, and then you can really see how angry people really are if they can translate that into some real mutual combat instead of, you know what I'm saying, getting over somebody and, you know what I'm saying, trying to get them off the planet. But by and large, you know, most people, they just don't want to take an L. Most people are sore losers, and then they don't really be fighting over nothing of value.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah,
It's a tough one.
Yeah, now you want to lose. Like, think about it, man. Generally speaking, most of them cats, they might be fighting over a bad Madden game. Some.
I didn't see fights over Madden. You're right about that. I didn't see fights over Madden.
Some chick that's scamming them both with her vagina. It ain't never over anything of value. You gotta think about it, bro. Like, what would make you mad enough to go to somebody else's house with your shirt off, ready to fight?
Your shirt off.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the more you think about it, it's like, you know, they can't be fighting over anything of value. You know what I'm saying? It can't be. So one of them found out their mama was on OnlyFans and start passing the pictures around or something. What?
Well, I guess my question would be this: if somebody can say, "Look, either fight me, or I'll shoot you," can you just jump them at that point? Like, are you allowed to jump them now? Because they just literally said, "I'm gonna shoot you if you don't fight me."
Well,
I don't think that's
you're gonna justify their reason for shooting. Now they got a reason.
See, and that's what I'm talking about. All the non-t-shirt generation right there. Well, I guess we could jump down. We can shoot that everybody get shot because you don't want to fight, and it's your problem.
Have you seen a weapon physically or not? That really depends on how.
Now your man is looking at you crazy because like, why we dump that dude when you could have just shot the fair one?
And then the person ain't had nothing to do with it get popped.
Yeah, that's facts. But how do we know what? Because some people don't believe in fair ones. They believe there's no rules in a fight. Some people believe that. They just.
Yep.
That's what the Metcalf situation was, wasn't it?
That's why you can't engage, man. Because you don't make the rules. You don't control anything but what you do. The best thing you can do is not engage in that type of
it's not
interaction.
Well, I mean, there are rules when it comes to firearms.
Yeah,
not in the moment. I'm talking about rules that dictate what can happen.
There's a lot of people who have firearms that don't know what the rules are or care to know what the rules are.
That's irrelevant to there being rules or not. Whether they know it or not is irrelevant.
Right.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
the rules.
No, but it is relevant because when you're in a situation where somebody's making threats on you and you know the rules to a fight and they're going based on the fact they have a gun to bail them out. It doesn't matter what you think, how they think they should use the gun or not. If they want to get you out of there, they're going to get you out of there.
And that's exactly the point.
or you didn't use the gun correctly, or whatever the case may, or this wasn't a situation that required that, they decided to turn up. It happens all the time.
I'm not saying that people don't break the rules. I'm just saying he was just saying that there's no rules in a fight. But what I'm saying is, if you actually own a gun legally and you actually know, and usually people who actually carry guns and actually like follow rules to that, not just your regular dude who has a gun and no ambition. Like if you people who actually carry guns and follow the rules know that that's your last resort. You know what I mean? It's not just, oh, somebody pushed you pull out your gun and shoot them or whatever it is.
Right.
You know, most people,
but in
not
this situation,
everybody.
when you have somebody making a threat like that, they ain't thinking like that. They already just.
I gotta assume he's not thinking like that, man.
Right. Right. You don't want to assume he's not going to use it, and then next thing you know, you got.
You want a T-shirt?
Well, again, in that situation, things would be a little bit different. You're surrounded by, what was there, like 6 people there?
Know-how guys who are literally, and I mean literally, waiting for any minor provocation to up that blick and delete somebody.
They trigger happy.
Yeah,
they just want it.
You giving people who know the rules and carry legally a lot of benefit of the doubt. Too much.
Facts.
Well, I mean, it depends on what state you're in, I guess.
It does not. I know people from all over the world.
The state of confusion.
They carry
I'm just saying, because there's a lot of states where it's open carry that have a lot less gun laws than states that don't. That's the only reason I say that.
Yeah,
there's plenty of states that are open carry that people know, and there's a lot less gun crimes than there is in places that aren't. That's the only reason I say that. Do a lot of people make mistakes? 100%. Do they make stupid decisions? Do they not follow what they're supposed to, and like which would be beneficial? Absolutely. People make stupid decisions all the time. That's just human nature.
Well, I'm referring to.
But most people that I know who carry guns aren't going to be like, I'm going to pull this out just because I have a gun. You know what I mean? Like, if they have to use it, obviously they will, but it won't be their first instinct.
Right. That's kind of what I'm saying is, I think that might be a really limited, like narrow point of view. Because again, I was in the military for 10 years, and that doesn't specifically qualify me. I'm just saying I know a lot of people from a lot of places who carry legally, who I've talked to about what their first instinct would be, whether or not they know what's supposed to happen. They are looking for opportunities to utilize that for no reason.
Yeah.
Like admittedly, like I can't wait. I wish somebody would.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. I've seen plenty of people who be like, I just give me a reason. It could be like the pencil was too short.
Legal carry citizens. Their just mentality is.
Let me switch it to normal people.
They don't
because I don't think
normal is a spectrum, big dog.
Yep.
They would say they normal. They would say that's a normal reaction.
We covered that one pretty good, fellas. We're gonna hit up this next one right now.
That is true.
So we got another video for y'all.
Don't tell
like,
us what
subscribe, share, everybody out there. Like, subscribe, share.
I'm out here acting like the show named after him or something. Calm down.
She actually wasn't gonna be like my first choice. So that's kind of crazy. Ooh.
Thank you.
Okay. All respectable.
Okay, your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Talon. I am 30. I ended up popping my balloon because you kind of already have your mind set up in a way. But it is what it is. Everybody got their preference. Mm-hmm.
All right, your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Ty, 29. I just think the more I kind of listened to some of your answers and I took thought into consideration what you were saying, I just didn't think that we all align, but I do appreciate your style.
All right, your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Drea, 29. I want you to go get what to do to you.
Like, I don't like to be second choice, let alone third choice. So, and if she's someone,
that's it right there. All right. So we got the question right there. So we're gonna go in order. First, get the yes or no. Then we'll get into the conversation. So Wicked, the first and the third lady. When we first let everybody understand, so the first and the third lady brought up the fact that he had said that the other girl was his first choice, so they popped. And so, Wicked, for you, is that a valid reason to pop a balloon?
I mean, if they don't want it, if they're like, oh, you were interested in somebody else and not me, I mean, they can, but
I'm saying yes or no. Would you say like it's a valid reason from your perspective?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if some chick came up
Okay,
to me and was
gotcha.
like trying to holler at my
Oh,
homeboy and was like,
we'll
came
get the
to me.
explanation. We'll get the explanation in a little bit. Just wait. What about for you? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. T reason. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's valid.
Okay, Victor. How about for yourself?
It's valid.
Freshly.
No.
And then Dane. Okay, Dan, you there? You back? Okay, I don't think Dane's back yet.
You're muted.
All right, so yeah, and then for me, I'm gonna say nah, it's not a valid reason.
This dude.
Okay, so we'll go ahead, we'll go crank it up. Wade, you hit it first. Why you say what you say? And
yeah, I mean, if you're not someone's first choice, it's completely reasonable to say, well, if you ain't want me, I don't want you either. That's pretty obvious to me anyway, that, you know, if you're not feeling me, then I'm not feeling you, because I'm attracted to attraction, like to people that are attracted to me.
got you. What about for you, Wicked?
I mean, I would say it's valid just for the fact that, like, I would see it as if, like, if I reverse the roles and we're all hanging out and some girl comes up to like one of you guys and you guys shoot her down and then she's like, oh, well, I'm gonna go over here. I'd be like, well, if my homeboy don't want you, I'm not gonna want you. So, you know what I mean? Like, if you wanted to talk to me, I mean, I'm gonna be like your little option. You know, how far into the night are we really? You know, that would really, I guess, beginning of the night, end of the night would be two different scenarios, I guess.
Victor?
I mean, it's her body, her choice, my wallet, my voice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I live by the code of, if you ain't talking about what I'm talking about, then we ain't got nothing to talk about. And that applies for everybody. If we don't have any mutual interest or whatever, and you try to make somebody be attracted to you, that's a crime. At some point, right? Don't they make movies and TV shows out of that? Don't they use that same type of talking point to say men are predators? It's kind of weird if you know what I'm saying, if you don't allow somebody to, you know what I'm saying, have their choice and rejection. We give choices to everything else. It's cooler for people to be in same-sex relationships than it is to pop a balloon. I mean, where we drawing the line at? You know what I'm saying? When we can't accept no. The fresh step that chuckling, because I know he on some bullshit right now. He about to get sleep.
All right, T Reason, where you at, man?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the way I feel, you don't want to never be somebody's second choice, and for it to be the first introduction, and he already let a room full of women know his second choice. It's bad positioning for the rest of the relationship, because in the back of her mind, she's always going to think, I wasn't his first choice, I was his second. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. As a man, you shouldn't want to feel like you're the second option, like out of everybody, or the last option. You know what I mean? It's less like you at a bar and you got a girl and two other guys say no, and then she comes over to you and you were her last choice. It's like, you know what I mean? You settling for the last pick. You don't want to be that in a relationship, at least from my perspective.
Fresh about to go crazy. I can see it.
Go ahead, Fresh. You want me to go? I go, or you go, whoever you want to go.
All I heard was feel, feelings, feel. The question was,
that what a relationship is about?
Is it valid? Is it based in logic and or reasoning?
Go crazy.
Everyone is somebody's second choice. All of them didn't pop their balloon until after, right? So this is not saying that they're not attracted to him, that they don't like him. They're literally saying, oh, you don't like me, so now I don't like you. That's illogical. Everyone is somebody's second choice.
If you're lucky.
how it feels because you came in with some sort of you got a little ego on you that you was thinking like, you know what, he gonna love me better than everyone else. He never said he wasn't attracted to them. He never said he has to pick one of them, and they're just like, now I don't like you because I'm your second choice. That's so emotional.
What you're saying? So let me make sure I'm understanding this right. The circumstances are he has to pop a balloon. Well, you know what I'm saying? He was gonna have to pop balloons anyway if they would have held on to him, right? You're saying that the women popping their balloon all of a sudden deciding that they are not interested. Doesn't that? I mean, I
based
guess
on the fact that he's not there weren't his first choice. So if they weren't interested, they could have popped their balloons right when he came out. We see that all the time.
Yeah, if they would have held on to their balloons, right? I'm not familiar with the whole show format. If they would have held on to their balloons, but I guess that's the whole.
Just stayed in the conversation.
They just would have had a conversation, and he would have been like, "Oh, okay, correct. Yeah, I don't want to mess with you no more, anyway." Correct. So the thing is,
they would have been able to ask questions and engage more with him to see. To your earlier point, if we have something in common outside the physical attraction.
So to me, it sounded like he went in there and just eliminated the field. Like, don't even get in line. I like her, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want there to be no doubt. You know what I'm saying? So I just look at it as I mean, if somebody gonna pop a balloon, is either gonna be him or them. So they did the work.
Well, yeah. I'm not suggesting that no balloons get popped. We're talking about the reason that they popped. They popped after he suggested that he had a choice, that he was more attracted to one girl than the others.
Well, they're women.
He didn't say he was unattracted. He's just, I'm more attracted to this. And then they popped it after. If they weren't attracted to him, they could have popped it as soon as he came out. That's part of the show. The problem is the reason that they popped was because, and they all said it, I don't want to be second choice. I don't like how that feels. I don't want to be third choice. Well, that's why I said it's a feeling thing. It's an emotional decision. I'm not knocking it.
Yeah,
but the question is it valid?
Well, to me, anything women do is valid for their mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't expect women to behave like or think like men in general anyway. So,
valid has a definition.
And
validity is based off of like evidence and.
But let me somebody say women do. Their evidence is how they feel.
Yeah, let me say real quickly what my thought is on it real quick. Y'all can get back into it again. But for me, it's similar to what Freshly echoed. But for me, it's like this. It's already been said. None of us are anybody's first choice. I mean, we got to be honest. If you remember how you were in elementary school, how you were in middle school, how you were in high school, how you were in college or the military, wherever you did after you got out of high school, you had crushes from elementary on till now. Whatever choice you landed on is might not even crack the top 20 of your choices. And then, so that's one point. The next point would be like, it's based off of superficial things like looks. So whether I'm first, second, or third, fourth choice for somebody, and if something as superficial as looks and how I'm dressed and maybe how I'm standing, that's so shallow. It's meaningless in both directions to me. I mean, obviously you want to be attracted to somebody, but I mean, how much stock can you really put into being somebody's second choice just based off, unless you really thought you were the most attractive person in the world, unless you really think the person that you're with thinks you're the most attractive person in the world in the beginning. Yeah. I mean, with Idris Elba walking around and Will Smith and Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, whoever people think is attractive nowadays, whoever people find attractive.
Take Will Smith right out of that line.
Well, back when he was Mike Lowry, whatever. My point is just saying this.
Mike Lowry.
They casted him that way for a reason. My point is saying this.
The man with Idris and Brad Pitt.
And when you got those guys walking around, you should know, like, obviously, if they were there, you were there, and your wife was, she's probably not going to pick you off initial attraction. But unless you have a big ego, I don't see why that would bother anybody. I don't. It's such a shallow thing.
That was my point with the ego. It's just like, it bothers you because you legitimately came in there thinking like, I'm the most attractive person here. Because he never actually said any of them were unattractive. He just picked the one he was most attracted to, and everyone was like, I don't want to be the the second most attractive person, I should be the first. All right,
Whoever
cool.
they end up marrying, that's who they're going to be to that person. It's just they don't want to feel like it. I guess is that what we're saying? I don't want to.
That's
I don't
what
want to
I'll
know.
feel.
I'd rather stay in my world of delusion and just pretend like you would have chosen me back when we were elementary school, middle school, high school, college. If you'd have met me at that time.
No, that's
problem
over.
is
I'm not even gonna let me delusion. That's
he
reality.
removed all
That's
doubt
my
once
first
he
question,
said
lady.
that he
Hold
was
on, we got
supposed-
Wade. Go ahead, Wade. Wade was saying something. I'm gonna put mine on
No,
mute. Go ahead, Wade.
Because it isn't, the first person that you were ever attracted to. It's at the time that you met them. Was that the person? Have you wanted that person since you met them more than anyone else? If the answer
But isn't that right then and there arbitrary?
no, why is that arbitrary?
Because it's a random time.
Look, I'll tell you, for instance, I met my wife. I walked into a house party.
I'm not getting involved with this
I
one.
walked into a room and she was sitting there and my jaw hit my chest. And I was like, oh my God, who the hell is that?
And let me guess, that was the first time that ever happened.
That was the first time I ever saw her. So from that moment, she was my number one.
From that moment. What about the moment before that?
What doesn't matter. Because that was the moment where it started. But with these other women in this show, they are meeting at the same time with this other girl, and they're being told that you don't even stack up to the girls you're with, let alone the rest of humanity. You don't even stack up to the girls that you're here with.
Yeah.
But why is that valid? Is it
I want to
just
give
valid
Wicked and
because you
T
have to
Reason a
feel
chance
good?
to get in there, because I know I have my
That's
perspective,
a slap
but
to the face, because they
Well,
aren't
I'm
even number one out of the ones that they just showed up with.
But
So
wait,
how the hell? Yeah, you can.
what's the benefits of being number one? What's the real world benefits of being number one outside of feelings? How good it feels. What changes?
No real world benefit.
Exactly.
There is though.
Other than emotional
though.
security.
it's a false security.
It's false.
Is it? Why is it false?
Emotional security is like an oxymoron.
Facts. Facts.
Means,
bars.
Like emotional security is a personal responsibility. Like if you're an insecure person, nobody can
Fix
what I'm
that
saying?
for you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like
By picking you first or not.
everything.
What does
around-
emotional security even mean?
Yeah,
Wade, come on, it's on you, Wade. They're on your top. What's up?
Yeah, like
No.
meaning like you should be a secure person whether you're in a relationship or out of a relationship.
Let's be clear though. These people are not secure. They're on a damn dating web show.
I'm with you on that, and that's why
Like so. Let's see the pool from which we are.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
like what the hell?
The truth is,
So-
these dating shows are the bottom of the barrel. Men and women, you know what I'm saying, test driving each other's emotions.
Right. So it's completely
That's
valid
driving is wild.
for the women to be like, no,
A bunch of floor models.
he shouldn't have said it. Because if he had just kept his mouth shut, then they could have lived in their self-delusion that they were his number one pick. And he would have changed the story if they started dating to where she was the one that he always wanted. And that's how that story is going to get told if he hadn't opened his fat mouth.
It's just
So
like,
their
I opened his
emotions
fat
are his
mouth.
responsibility. He don't even know these
He
people.
opened his fat mouth, and then they had the ability to pop their balloons.
Wait, hold on.
on
Hold on
the
real quick.
emotional-
So hold on real quick. Because T
I-
Reason said, because Freshly, you
that
asked the
part.
question earlier. Sorry, Wade, but you asked the question earlier, and Wade said there is no real world benefit to it. But T Reason said there is. So I want to give him a chance to take a shot at your
Okay.
question too.
So I think that you have a higher likelihood of dealing with infidelity and being cheated on when you know that you're the second, third, or the last option. Because now that person obviously sees
Agreed.
that first pick as their first choice, and you have to know that even when you're in the vicinity of that person, whether you're around or there or not, that's still their first choice.
Okay, but I think he said that wrong. I don't think he said the way he meant it though. He said if you know you're the
we can
second
only
choice.
take about we
Now,
can
what
only
you
take
mean to
about
say
what the
is if
guy
you are
said
the
on the
second
show.
choice, not whether you know it or
But
not, right?
What we're going by is what the guy said on the show. He said you would have been my first choice. So right then and there, everybody else is somewhere lower down that tier. So now they know, even if I get this guy, she's still his first choice. And now they got
let me challenge that.
But now,
let me challenge that real
when do
quick.
you know that changes? When does that come up? When does he tell this girl, you know what, you're my first choice now? That is not something that
Once he learns your name. Come on, what are we doing here? They don't even know his name yet. This is the most superficial thing. So yeah, I want to address what you said, T. Reason. I'm gonna be short because I want to let people get in here. But this is the thing right here. Let's take it out of the context of romance. I get that's a sensitive topic for all of us. And let's just say we're on the basketball court getting ready to hoop. Let's be honest about the fact that we already have people we want to pick just based off the optics, how they dress, how they look, how tall they are, what race they are. We already got our squad picked.
Yeah, Dane ain't getting picked.
I'm getting picked last in this one.
Yeah, and so
even Wade said he saw his wife first. He didn't know if she was smart. He didn't know if she was kind, sweet, anything. He saw her, and that's how he made his pick.
There's things she could have did that would have make him not attracted to her, and obviously,
right.
So the attraction thing is important,
but it doesn't change the level of that feeling has and how it withstands through the relationship.
I told you,
because that's what a relationship is about. We're talking about a relationship. That's a big component. That's one of the primary components. So you're trying to say, let's be robotic, let's be stoic. When we're talking about something you should be able to have feelings about. Like, that's crazy.
So look, the only reason I see an issue with it is because I could see it end up being you get to be compared to the other person since you are the second choice. Like, oh, this is my first choice. So then you become that first choice becomes the standard, and then you have to compare to that.
Right.
Then your game is weak. That's the reality.
I'm not saying.
Of course,
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying if the person.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, but I just feel like that's what they're looking that from their point of view.
If they had
from a woman's point of view, it's like, okay, now I have to compete with this woman, so that's why they're popping their balloon and it's valid on their end.
Or they were that hot, they'd already have a man.
We could argue the same thing about him and say his game is weak because he got that
to
the whole panel full of women. Like, come on now. Let me use that same game argument.
I just hear low self-esteem because that's what all of this.
They're on a dating show.
And what I mean, that's what I'm saying. Overall, in general, when they start talking about dating, it's a low self-esteem courting procedure. You know what I'm saying? Like, in general, if a man or a woman is really open to a relationship, then they got to be willing to accept rejection anyway, right? How they handle rejection is also an indicator of why they've been by themselves too. You know what I'm saying? So ultimately, a man or a woman can have whatever they can afford. There's men that can say what they want and still get what they want. You know, there's some guys they can't do that. they can't look the baddest chick in the face and tell her something crazy and get the same outcome as another dude that's got to go do all his other extra R&B romantic, you know what I'm saying, baby face lyrics life just to get cheated on. You know what I'm saying?
Baby face.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'll buy your clothes.
I'll pay your rent.
You know what I'm saying? As soon as you get home from work, you know what I'm saying? He gonna pay rent, cook, and do everything at her house, and he gonna come running it. Where he going to work? You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that the decisions that people make, you know, some people just don't like being. Some people want the first right of refusal because, like, let's just say he skipped over the girl. One of them girls probably would have popped their balloon as soon as they looked at him. He decided that she was the prize and said, you know what? I just want to get a viral moment. Let me go ahead and pop my balloon on this dude. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times when you're looking at stuff like that, it's just clips, obviously just social media clicks and, you know what I'm saying, trying to go viral or whatever. And but ultimately those people are on those shows because nobody else really wants them. Because, like, you're looking at a high mileage rental car auction.
Wow, that's a lot. That's listen.
Like,
what have I walked back into?
You know, I guess that would be the new version of going to like the seeking other people ads in the newspaper back in the day, right?
Yeah,
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
I could say something. It's my cousin. Imagine going on a show where you know you're going to be competing against multiple people and be surprised that you're not the first choice. That's so delusional.
True enough.
It's so delusional. You're on a panel with
true.
5 other women, and 4 of them pop their balloon because they weren't the first choice.
But
It's a
that's because-
competition.
I mean,
because every woman today has been told that she's the queen and that she's all of
I
this.
understand that,
but y'all are endorsing it. It seems
That's
like.
what I'm saying. You're saying that's okay. I'm pointing it out as delusional. It's invalid because that's a delusional mind state. That's why it's not valid for them to pop it because of that reason. I don't begrudge them how they feel.
But I'm
just
hearing
not
the
gonna
men saying that
validate
they want to
it
feel that
makes
way
sense.
too. I'm hearing the men say they want to feel that way too. Like the prettiest girl in the room.
I think when
Shout
you're
out to-
looking at
shout
a
out to Big Daddy
lifelong partner,
Podcast.
you're looking at a long.
I don't think y'all.
It's a reasonable explanation. It's a reasonable expectation to have.
Can you hear me?
Reasonable about it.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan.
Yeah, Dan, we can hear you.
Oh, so you're just ignoring me.
That was too much.
Yeah.
So Dane, just so you can hear what's going on, we're probably about to switch here in a little bit, but we watched the Pop the Balloon episode where the girl popped the balloon and the guy went to the next lady and was like, well, I was really going to choose her. She was about who I had my initial attraction to. So the 2 other girls popped saying, well, you already picked her. So that's that. So now we're having a conversation about what's the issue with being a person's second or third or fourth or 100th choice versus being the first one. That's what we're having a conversation about.
Well, I'm just glad I'm finally here and I've got everything seems to be combobulating. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm praying.
You got your lucky foot.
There you go, Dan. Warm that stove up before we get.
I don't know about a lucky foot, but I got a toenail fungus foot down there. But it's all good. No, these women, they compete against themselves. They blame those shoes that cripple them and those brassieres that hike them up and all the makeup and the wigs and they blame that on men and Western beauty standards and stuff. But the truth is, they're competing with each other. That's what it is, they compete with each other, So, I can understand a woman being like that because, I guess she's looking for the alpha, and I know alpha is not really a thing, but she's looking for that top man or whatever. So, if her girl over there, already picked her, I don't know. But
Get out of here, man. Dan, I hope I can get you up next go around, bro. I gotta go.
No, man. If you leave now, then people are gonna think you left because of me.
That's what I'm gonna tell them.
Well, until we meet again.
What it's looking
I got a big mouth, Clive, and tell everybody.
When you coming back, man? When you coming back?
I'll be in
I
contact.
go to the store real quick.
Sometime. You know what I'm saying? I got to get ready for going on the road and working tomorrow. I work in the wind turbine industry, man. So do a lot of packing. Yeah, so it's a lot of hard work. Got to get my gear together. Yep.
Oh well.
See that?
How dare you?
Yeah. You gonna be getting the link? Or
yeah, you can send me a link. You know what I'm saying? We'll stay in contact. Put me on the email list.
Yeah, I don't think me and you been on stream together before, have we?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, I think this is my first time seeing him on stream too.
Yeah. Now Victor was on a few, a number of shows.
Yeah, like
he's early Vulcan Soapbox.
Yeah, like just for a little bit though. I got probably about another 10 minutes or so, but I've done a lot of content over time focused on, like intellectual conversation and stuff. I think that's kind of how I don't even know exactly how we came to get in the same sphere with each other, but I've been over here a few times for support, traded some secrets and stuff about how to make things work on platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dane, send Indian Jesus the link.
Yeah, I mentor men, write books. I'm a veteran. I do content that make people mad, and you know what I'm saying.
Oh, you sound like my kind of fella. Now, how do you make them mad?
See, now we're talking.
Oh yeah, I just go right to them. Like for the most part, like I can tell men that's been raised by their mamas. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God! I think we are spirit animals. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can hear how.
Calm down.
I can hear how. And I can tell my last name. You know what I'm saying? So I could tell if his daddy had got his mama last name. You know what I'm saying? So
Look out. Yeah.
Hey, throw your link in the private chat.
All right,
Can you tell if it's hyphenated?
Yeah. So yeah, can I tell if it's hyphenated?
Yeah, the hyphenated last name.
Well,
she got his and hers.
Oh yeah. If she got a hyphenated name, she had the steering wheel and the husband back in the last one that she divorced.
Look, man, you need to go sub up to my channel, the Big Daddy Pod, man. We need to do some collaborations. See, because it's because black.
Let's go and get back to the show. Definitely, we got to make sure everybody connect too, and we got Indian Jesus want to come in too, right? The Indian Jesus said he's coming in.
Oh no! Oh no!
Sorry, we'll go to the next one right here.
Get out of here, bro.
I guess we'll wait on Indian Jesus to come in for this next one then. So yeah, we'll finish up this right here while we're talking about it. So Dane, do you take issue with you being not chosen first? If a lady were to, like, obviously your situation is already set in stone, but just in the video, the ladies were like, hey, look, you liked her first or liked her most, so why go with me? I'm just gonna pass. What's your thoughts on that?
You're asking me if I personally take issue with not being chosen first?
Well, the initial question was, is that a valid thing to whenever you is there a reason? Their reason for pass on the guy or saying that we're popping their balloon?
Is that my audio cutting out or James's?
Can you hear me pretty good? Everybody hear my audio?
Yeah, you guys are both good.
Okay, they said I'm sounding good, Dane.
So you gonna take their word over Dane?
Well, yeah. Well, he said he couldn't tell if it was me or him. But I guess why Dane's figuring that out. So Wade and T Reason, what y'all think about my
lost.
point?
I can hear Freshly, but I can't hear Vulcan.
It's arbitrary to say that
he talking some good stuff though. Look at the look on Vulcan's face right here. Look on. He was talking some good stuff.
He can mute it because he probably
whatever he's saying. I am
probably got to mute
upset
him,
that I can't hear him.
Well, we can hear you, Dane.
Do you have him muted, Dane?
Oh, can you hear everybody? Can you hear everybody but me?
Can you hear me, Dane?
Yeah.
Oh,
do you have Vulcan muted?
How's he gonna have only Vulcan muted?
I don't
know. Let me we got comments anyway. Oh, never mind. The comments we already covered. All right, so Freshly, yeah, we'll see. Okay, I think he's on mute now. We're good. So yeah, so T Reason, I think he's talking right now. But Wade, so we think about the point. Wade and Wiki, we think about the point that I was making, saying that you're technically never the first choice, even if it's something like she's the first in the room. That's not significant enough for it to be really meaningful.
I definitely see where you guys are coming from your point of view. So I was just looking at it from like, is it a valid reason coming from like their perspective of things? Because it's like, all right, I see where she's coming from, and like in the group, because it's like, I mean, but that's the way I was kind of looking. I was looking at it a little differently. But with the point of like, yeah, you're never going to be somebody's first choice, because obviously when you were 6, 7 years old and had your first crush, obviously that was your first choice ever in life. You know, you're always going to be a second choice to somebody else.
That's not an informed choice. So that's not an informed choice. So the difference is, once you have all, if all I'm ever exposed to is A, B, and C, right? The fact that my first choice is A doesn't mean anything to the girl that is J, K, or L. Because I don't.
Hold on, but then that contradicts what. But hold on a second. But you just literally contradicted yourself. You literally just contradicted yourself, because you're saying that because I'm not the first choice, then I'm not going to be the first one. But then you're like, if you're not, you're never going to be somebody's first choice. So it's both sides of your mouth on that point.
No, because then if you're the only, if you get introduced to new people, and now J, K, and L, now you got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, and you pick J because you got introduced to J today. That is the most, whatever your first choice is on the day that you have the most information, that's the valid choice.
They didn't have the most information.
What do you mean? If you hadn't been introduced to them, If you didn't know
But it's
someone
just, but right now it's just based off looks. More information would be getting to know the
Yes,
person.
that's
and
what
not
I'm
popping
saying.
the
Because
balloon.
even in your example with the jaw dropping, it still just looks. It's still a very.
It's just looks, and you have there's limited information. All they literally did was hear him say that, okay, well, I like this girl,
I like
and
the
it's only
random
based off of
combination
looks
of your
because
parents
the
more
only
than a
context
random
that we saw
combination of their
was
parents.
the way that they looked.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so there's no information. You could be like, again, which
There
what
is
they were
new
saying. I see where they're
information.
coming from now when they
New
put it into
information is
this view.
The new information is that that person exists.
Right. How are you going to get the new information if you pop the balloon?
The new information was that that person existed. It's then, okay, look, it is what it is on who on look.
So real quick,
I'm not
wait.
saying it's smart for them to choose to not be with the guy, because I'm not saying that's smart, but I'm saying I can rationalize where not being the first choice out of the new batch.
But then how do you
Hold
get
on,
new
let him
information?
finish. Let him finish, Wicked. Let him finish.
Out of the
Go ahead,
new
Wade.
batch,
keep on interrupting, man.
he gets introduced to 4 new women at the same time, and he chooses one. He's an idiot for saying that he chose one, right? Especially because she had already popped his balloon. Like, he's dumb. He's dumb as a fucking stump. I think the guy's a moron. But that doesn't change the fact that those women feel slighted because he said that his preference was this other girl instead of them.
But I want to deal with the slight though.
That goes back to the fact that they in competition, and they right then and there they lost the competition. He basically made it clear,
right? He
to
told them that
right
they
then
lost.
and there. Instead of it being something you keep to yourself, internal dialogue, he said it out loud, and that's where that's when the balloon started to pop, because he took the wind out of his own sails, because he gave away a competitive advantage he had right in that moment when he opened his mouth and said what he said.
He's not competing. He's choosing.
He is though, because he's wanting, but he didn't get to choose once the balloon got popped.
He's in a competition against
he
the
minimized his choices. He had a plentiful of options, and then as soon as he said what he said, his options got smaller. They took the power out of it, and that's what a lot of what you see happen on these dating shows is they like to control the power dynamic.
But that doesn't have to do with question. That has nothing to do with what the question is.
No, the question is it a valid reason to
What does
pop?
his answer have to do with them popping a balloon?
No one is
their excuse for
begrudging
popping
them
the
how
balloon.
they feel. You can feel how
Because
you want.
he
There's an
just
action that
told them
follows that.
indirectly their second, third, and fourth and fifth choice.
You're saying they can feel how they feel, but then you're saying that it's invalid.
Don't invalidate their feelings like that. How dare you?
Just listen. It doesn't make their feelings invalid. The actions following are invalid. I feel upset when someone cuts me off in traffic. My feelings are valid as far as feelings go. It's not a valid thing for me to chase them down and put a few holes in their vehicle because how I felt. That's where it's not valid, because it's not based off of any logic and reasoning.
That's a
feelings.
Huge
I can feel however I want to feel. The logic and the reasoning come in the actions.
And because that is, oh my goodness, you're conflating popping a balloon in a date show to getting road rage on someone. Like what?
No,
that's not anywhere near the same thing. They're in a game show about dating, and he messed up and gave away.
I think y'all are underestimating the value of initial attraction. I think that's the problem that we're having right now. Is y'all
within
trying
the
to say
parameters of that game, it is absolutely valid for them to pop their balloons. They're playing a game. They're in a game show contest. So it is within the confines of that game. It is completely valid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be allowed.
Can you explain the validity, though?
Right.
What's the logic in that?
Their
outside of feelings. Every
logic.
explanation that you guys have offered is emotionally is
No, I've
based
given
on emotions.
logical. I've given
Where's the
logical.
logic? Where's the reasoning involved in the validity of it?
I told you with the cheating, that's a logical
Doesn't
reason.
need logic.
Valid has a definition, guys. Validity is based in
So
logic
what's the
and
definition
reasoning.
of valid? What's the definition of valid? Let's pull that up.
Valid is actually according to the laws of logic. I'm paraphrasing.
It's gonna be like grounded
But
in,
validity-
grounded
Huh?
in.
It's
Grounded in an objective truth.
It's
Yeah, it would have to be grounded in an objective truth. There's no other way for something to be valid if it's not.
And the valid reason for them was wanting to be first choice. That's the valid reason for them.
Valid means
So it's
something
valid.
is officially true.
Yeah, but hold on. Where you messed up is with them. A valid reason with them is subjective once you put the with them into it.
crazy.
So valid means something is officially true, legally acceptable, or based on good logic and facts.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying it's not valid because of the point.
Legally acceptable.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not valid because it's not a
Legally
reasonable
acceptable.
thing to expect to be the first at 20, 30, 40 years old, 50 years
There-
old. It's not a
No,
reasonable.
no, in that, but it's reasonable for that
In-
room for
in the
them to
confines
for the,
of
Not
for
even
the,
in
for
that
the
room.
amount of people. Yes, for
In
the
the
amount of
confines
people
of
that's
that
in the room, it
dating
is
show,
valid.
it's
It is
absolutely
valid.
They met the host first. For y'all know, they met the host first before they met anybody. I was like, dang, she's nice.
Doesn't matter. Within the
I
confines
mean,
of that
for all you
game,
know, they met the
within
host
the
first.
confines of that game, it was definitely legally acceptable for them to do that.
So, but it seems like we're aiding in the delusion.
Legally, that's your
Okay, so I got a question for you
one of
then.
the
Would it be
definitions.
valid for you to go for the friend and not the one you originally went for?
Who's that to?
To Wade and T. Say you went out and you saw a group of girls and you saw one, and then like she didn't want you, so then you went. Would it be okay if you went for the other friend that was next door?
Yeah, and if her other friend told me to kick rocks, I'd get it. And it's happened, and it no skin off my
But
nose.
why?
It is what it is.
Second choice,
Second choice.
runner up.
That happens all the time. Like that's straight up. Yeah. There's a whole thing
And
about
now-
But
it.
you want-
Movie, A
and
Beautiful
it-
But
Mind.
you only,
said
but
many
you
times
only,
you-
but
you
if,
chose
but
to
if you,
be first, so now it's too
if
late.
you want to be the first choice, why would you go for the second choice?
There's a whole thing about that in the movie A Beautiful Mind, where they talk about that precise.
That sounded kind of
thing.
gay.
This man is out here using a movie
That sounded kind of gay.
to verify and validate.
I mean, movies
That-
can't be right about something.
Do you
Movies can't
forget
show
last
proof
week
of
when somebody
concept?
tried to use
You got
Bernie's
right now?
weekend at Bernie's against me?
Are you really saying that? Is that what you're telling me right now? Like movies
that's
have
not what I
predicted
said.
a lot of stuff we're
You
dealing with right
can't-
now.
I actually
It's
didn't
called
say
a
that.
movie for a reason. We'll just leave it there. They're called movies for
So
reasons.
is there no truth in a movie? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not what I'm saying. If I would have said
Oh,
that,
but
that's
I'm-
just
I
what I would have
mean-
said.
The movie was, except the movie was
I mean,
based
y'all
on
saying
a
him
real
using a
story.
movie is a bad idea, and I think it's a great idea.
The movie
I
was
didn't say
based
that
on a
either.
real
A lot of movies
story
have a
and
lot
was
of
actually
proof of
based
I
on
didn't say
his
that either. What you guys
Nobel-
are gonna have to stop doing is reading between the
Nobel
lines.
Prize winning
What I said
theory
is what I
based
said.
on women and dating.
You can
and how it
you can
applies to
respond to
economic
that
theory.
and nothing else. Nothing else can you attribute to me. Every time
That's why
you
I'm
ask
asking
me, is
questions.
this
I'm
what I'm
not
saying? And
saying
it's not verbatim what
I'm
I
not coming
said.
with
The
an
answer's gonna be
opinion.
no.
I'm trying to get clarification.
I didn't hear what Wade said either. Wait, what did you say?
The movie A Beautiful Mind was based on a real story, and it was
Which
based
means?
on his Nobel Prize winning economic theorem that was derived exactly from when he and his friends went out to the bar and would hit on a group of women. That was exactly what it was about.
Tie it
It
in.
is
I'm waiting.
So it was about when you go out and where the previous best idea that they had was it's best for every guy in the group to make his swing at the hottest girl in the female group, where he proposed and proved that it was actually in the male group's best interest to go after the second, third, fourth choices and leave number one alone. And that then the group would have better likelihood for exactly the reason of, if everyone hits on the main hottie, then all her friends are going to turn them down because they don't want to be the second choice.
So what you're saying is that theory is based on multiple people trying to get the same thing, which is literally not what we're looking at. It's actually the inverse.
Yeah, I interpret that as people going after the second choice.
No, it's one guy who is choosing amongst multiple people.
He chose the hottest girl out of the group.
To him.
And the remainder
To him.
Whatever the case, it's
but again, Dave,
excuse
me, Wade, you just quoted an actual theory and you explained it where multiple people are converging on one person, which is not what we're dealing with in that video, bro.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't apply.
It doesn't
apply. Like if you actually go to the science of it, it doesn't apply.
Because he went after the hottest one first.
But he's just a single person.
She shot him down.
Is based off of a group success.
The theory.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God!
If the theory, you just explained it. If everyone in the group goes for one single person,
in the group,
it lowers the chances. It lowers the chances of success.
It lowers the chances of success if there's anyone that goes after the hot one. Then they and she rejects them. Then all of her girlfriends are going to reject them as well. That was what that was about. Now, just the fact that in the movie,
to me, it sounds like you're saying that a group of guys went after the second choice.
It doesn't matter. The point was the second choice girls will say no because they know they were second.
So hold on a second. So you're saying that a group of men went after the second choice women? Is that what the whole thing was?
It doesn't in the movie matter. Instead of when they go out and they all hit on the one hottie out of a girl.
So they all go out and they hit on the woman. Hold on a second. Let me just understand this. Let me see if I can steel man this for you real quick. They all want to hit on the second choice, not the first choice, right?
They all hit on the second through fourth choice.
So wouldn't it be better to be the second choice and not pop the balloon then?
No, do not engage him on the validity of it. It's invalid.
It's
what we're looking at is literally the inverse of what he's describing.
I'm just saying, I know it's invalid, but I'm just saying in his situation,
on the surface level, it doesn't work. You're trying to take him deeper into the theory. Surface level doesn't work.
It does.
That theory is based off of multiple people trying to get the same person. It's saying if all of us try to get this one girl, we're all going to fail. So we should all go away from her. That raises the success rate of the group.
But why would it fail?
What we're looking at is inverse.
The reason that it fails is because all of the other girls don't want to be second pick. That's why. They don't want to be second pick. That's why figured out to go the other way with it. Because no woman wants to be the second pick. Period. It doesn't matter.
Women don't want to know they're the second pick.
What's the valid reason?
That's why they popped their balloons almost instantly when he did that.
What is the valid reason for the women not wanting to be the second choice? This is what the whole question is. I understand women don't want to be the second choice. Why is it valid?
Because it's involving feelings.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Because now they have.
So you're saying if it's involving feelings, then pop
valid according to the rules of logic.
The other girl was the first choice, and they had to know, and now they know that for a fact. It's not even a question.
Valid, as in reasonable, based on
reasoning or information. You're
sensible
describing
and
a
reasonable.
feelings, emotion based.
No,
It's not logical.
reasonable and sensible. It's both reasonable and sensible.
It's not like, but it's not based on reasoning.
And you guys aren't coherent.
It's based on emotion. I don't like the way it feels. If you listen to what Vulcan was saying, everyone is someone's second choice. So you're saying it's only valid because they know about it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Wesley. You would get in a relationship regardless of whether you like the way it feels or not? So if you didn't like the way a relationship feels, you would still get into that relationship?
Right, just to be
What about
fair
the
to
relationship?
them.
What about the relationship doesn't feel good?
Let's just say the interaction you have with a woman, you get involved and you considering her as a potential mate, but you don't like the way it feels.
Yes, I would.
You still would get in a relationship with her.
Yes, I would.
Even though you don't like the way it feels.
It's a singular interaction.
That's odd as hell to get into a relationship.
No, it's not, bro. Okay, so if we're gonna use movies, real quick, since you guys want to use movies, I'm gonna come over to y'all side. How many rom-coms are based off of ill initial interactions and they turn out to be perfect for each other?
I can't think of none. Well, give me an example. Give me an example. What's the example?
He gonna stand on business every time.
You know, rom-coms are made up, right? You know, rom-coms are made up.
So are you guys saying that feelings are always valid then? Are you saying that feelings are always valid?
No, but I'm saying when you're looking at interpersonal relationships, they play it carries a
Thank you.
weight.
Not if feelings are valid. Is actions based on feelings valid? That's the question. Is what you do based on how you feel always valid? Just
always, but
rough word, dude. No.
Yeah, not always, but a good percentage of the time, though.
What?
Majority of the time.
No, sir. No, sir.
Next question is how do
No,
you
sir.
differentiate? How do you differentiate? What's the
No,
rubric?
look. I've been just. Can y'all hear me? All right.
Yeah, we're not talking about
all right.
we're talking about relationships. So
I've been busy over here. Talking to my chat and taking care of some other stuff and trying to chase down Lutch over on Indian Jesus. And I showed up just in time to hear T Reason tell the whole chat, I think like a woman. So I'm glad I came back just in time. No, feelings are valid. Feelings are valid in the sense that if somebody steps on your foot, it hurts. Somebody spits in your face, it makes you mad. That's valid. That's valid. Feelings are not valid when it comes to making decisions, especially life decisions. You can usually tell a feminine thinking man because he goes to make his argument and he'll say, well, I feel such and such. He doesn't say I think. I feel such and such. Feelings is not how men built civilization. It's not how we brought people out of the wilderness and fought off the wild beast and cut down the forest and built houses for people who make decisions on their feelings. The feelings didn't matter. When the wildebeest or the saber-toothed tiger charged us, our fear did not control us because we had women and children to defend and support. We didn't make decisions on that. Well, I'm scared as hell. I'm going to run like hell. No, men don't make decisions based on feelings. And I'm Big Daddy and glad to be here.
To the conversation, that was most irrelevant information. You could have added to the conversation. You could have kept that to yourself.
Did nobody ask you?
That's not relevant because everything that you guys were saying was I feel.
No, it's not about when you're dealing with a relationship. Relationships are heavily involved on feelings. For you to say that a relationship with a woman doesn't have any feelings involved, you're retarded.
Who said that?
Dang.
T-Reason.
Talking about
T-Reason.
That has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
That's not what Dane said.
T-Reason.
That's not what Dane said.
It is what he said.
Listen to me carefully.
Listen, T-Reason.
Listen to me carefully.
T-Reason. Can anybody talk besides you?
Go ahead and give more invalid information.
Can anybody talk besides you?
Yes, just not you.
Okay.
Anybody else? I'd rather hear from Nikki than Wesley because we were
okay. Listen, will you just shut up a minute and let somebody talk, for God's sake?
We was actually making progress and now we're regressing because now you're adding.
Listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully.
All right, children. Let's rein that in. We're either going to ask a question and wait for a response, or we're just going to move on to the next topic.
He started talking about saber-toothed tigers and men surviving in the wild. That has nothing to do with the conversation.
Listen, you don't know if it's got.
The adults are talking, guys. Listen, we're either going to ask a question and wait for the other person to respond, but we're not going to bicker back and forth. Okay.
That wouldn't be bickering if he would have some decorum. If he would have some decorum, there wouldn't be any bickering.
You don't have any decorum. You came in with a whole bunch of personal attacks. I want to know how that applies to what we're talking about.
All right.
I'll tell you, just let him talk.
We're just going to move on to the next topic. Don't even worry about it. We're going to move on to the next video.
That's a good thing to do because he can't handle the heat of the cook without all that spurging.
Man, you can't even stay on topic, man.
You can't keep a woman either, but you're trying to give out some relationship advice. You've never had a successful relationship in your life.
You don't know what I've had. You just assume it right now.
Gentlemen.
Bully,
All right, hold on.
school shooting.
You have to talk that over.
Listen, I'm playing the video of the whole next thing. If you guys are not going to control yourselves, I'm just going to put you backstage.
I'm just responding to him in a language he seems to understand.
I understand, but you don't have to respond to him. If you both keep responding to each other, I'll just put you both backstage. Y'all can fight it out back there. Deal?
Look, I just came back up on stream. I said 3 words and I could not say what I wanted to contribute to the stream because he is such a rude asshole like a child. I just said a few words and he decides he's going to spurg out, throw a tantrum. So, I mean, I came to try to contribute. I can't contribute anything because of mama's boy here.
Okay.
So that's cool. Mute me if you want to. But
that's my function here.
I know it's your function. I know it's your function, but no one on this panel can actually contribute without him coming in there trying to show out like a little child.
Junction. What's your function?
Listen, guys, I don't want to do this on stream. The problem is when I mute you, just stay muted. Every time you unmute yourself to keep arguing with each other, we derail the show, and then I have to do this. That's why I mean, if y'all are gonna just keep doing that, I'll just put you both backstage. It's okay. Y'all ready for the next video?
Yep.
All right.
Cat fucking killing nasty little kids running around. Like I'll be pissed. I'll be shitty as hell. I'll probably get CPS called on me. I'll probably go to jail for child
all over probably.
Yeah, I keep saying this shit, but that's honestly a personal opinion because me, I'll be really mad if I had some little ugly ass pink racist bully motherfucking school shooting, cat fucking killing, nasty little kids running around. Like I'll be pissed. I'll be shitty as hell. I'll probably get CPS called on me. I'll probably go to jail for child abuse. See, y'all keep saying this shit, but that's honestly a personal opinion because for me, I'll be really mad if I had some little ugly ass pink racist bully motherfucking school shooting, cat fucking killing, nasty little kids running around. Like I'll be pissed. I'll be shitty as hell. I'll probably get CPS called on me. I'll probably go to jail for child abuse.
So to give a little context, I don't know if y'all able to see what it said there real quick. It was, it said on there, basically it was like one of those posts about like, ew, it's a white girl that dates predominantly black. Oh, it says black bloodline destroyed. So she has interracial kids, whatever the case may be. And somebody put bloodline destroyed. There we go. Yeah, thank you. So like she's addressing that about her not having white kids, or all white kids, however you want to say that. And so that's what this is about right now. Okay, cool. That's what she's speaking to. And it says women loving black men at the bottom. So the question is, why are we seeing posts like these more often?
We're not.
And so we'll start off with T Reason. What you got?
Shock value. I mean, it's a lot of buzzwords. Obviously, it's gonna trigger people. And obviously, people have a difference of opinion. Obviously, she feel like she made the right choice. And people aren't happy with the choice she made, the partner she chose to have kids with. And there's some jealousy there, obviously, from the people commenting saying, you bloodline destroyed. Like, what does it matter what her life decision is? You know what I'm saying? That's her choice. Let her choose. Just like you got your own life to worry about, worry about your life decisions and how you choose to extend your bloodline if it's that big of a deal. But I mean, we do see that. Obviously, the way she went about saying it was kind of confusing to me, like all the ebonics that she added in and like the slang. It was just real. It was hard for me to figure out what she was trying to say at first because the way she said it was crazy, the word choice. But obviously, she happy with the decision she made, and people on the internet are going to have an opinion.
Cool. All right, Wade, what about for you?
Y'all's feed is dramatically different than mine. If that's what's coming up in it, that does not come up in my feed, not ever. So certainly not more often. If that is true and it is that we're seeing more posts like that, yeah, it's because it gets clicks.
Got you. Wicked.
First and foremost, just the way she's talking, who's even having kids with her? That's just where I even want to start that question. I don't even what is she even talking about? Like,
she didn't want to give birth to those school shooters, man. That's what she said. She didn't want no school shooter babies.
What does that even mean? She's school shooter babies. What is she, who is that? Who is she even trying to describe? That's what I'm not understanding.
Are you generally asking, or I don't mind clarifying?
I'm generally asking, like, what is she even talking about?
Does anybody want to explain that? I don't mind explaining it.
I can explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
Please explain, because
so she's basically saying that she didn't want to have birth to white children, pink babies. That's what she said. School shooters. That's what she said. You know, she's saying that it would have been hard for her to deal with that. And from her perspective, raising those types of kids would have been a challenge for her. Obviously,
to me, that just shows like if she believes that that's the kind of kid it'll be, she's just a shitty ass parent.
It's possible. You could be right, but she's entitled to her opinion, and that's what she was doing, and she was giving her opinion.
I mean, she's obviously looking for attention. I think anybody who posts videos like this is just looking for attention.
Wicked. That's exactly. It's exactly what it is. What you got is you got some white girl here who she's trying to pander to the black community. So she goes online. You can tell how ignorant she is. And that's not to say the black community is inherently ignorant, but she thinks it is. So she's got that ghetto way of talking and that sort of stuff. And that's why she says stuff like that. She's trying to score points. That's what it
sounds like to me. She's just trying to get attention. If she's like, I don't want to raise no school shooter, it's like if you know you're going to raise a school shooter just because the kid's white, what's the difference if the kid was black? If you're assuming that's the kind of kid you would raise, that just shows them what kind of a mother you would be.
Ultimately, I would bet all the money in my pocket. My pocket's empty right now, but if I had money in there, I would bet all the money in my pocket that she done been run through by black, whites, Hispanic, Asians.
There's definitely
and everything.
She's been on the white couch. Several
well,
times.
there's a chance. There's a chance.
What's the white couch?
No, there's no chance.
There's a chance. There's a chance. There's a chance that she is a pure virgin. We can't say she ain't. But if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's possibly a whore. So, you know, you look at it and you think that girl done been around the block a few times. She probably got ruts in the roads around her house. She done been around the block so much. So now all of a sudden she takes this position of authority and she assumes some sort of value. And I didn't want no kids. I didn't want to hire raise no school shooters or whatever. And what that code speaks for is say, hey, black guy. I don't like them white people either. Come wife me up or come pay my bills or whatever. It's pandering, man. That's all it is.
It just sounds like a lot of pick me.
Freshly, you haven't said your perspective yet. What you got?
Why we're seeing more of these videos is because I think people are making these videos more. This is an opinion that, to everyone's point, gets clicks, gets attention, and rage baits. But I feel like she actually believes that to a certain extent. She may be a little bit extreme with it for the clicks, but I feel like whatever environment she grew up in, whatever she's seen, whatever her experience is, because
halfway house
has impacted and affected the way that she thinks. And I think her her opinion here, the way she feels about it, is being shown here. But I think the vitriol behind it is probably a little bit manufactured.
Yeah, so for me, I think I tend to more so lean to what Freshly's saying on this one. I don't believe she's doing it for clicks. Obviously, if you're on social media doing everything for clicks, I mean, what we're doing right now is for clicks to some extent. But I think this is my opinion about what happened. She's probably posting content with her mixed kids. Then there are people that, you know, I see it on all these posts, TikTok especially, where white men go on these posts and call them mud sharks and mud ducks, and you know, you ruined your bloodline, which is what you saw up there. And so a lot of white women now are going on the defense, and now they're saying, okay, now I'm gonna make a whole show. There, I mean, there's whole pages now of white women dedicating to "I love black men," or you know, just going on to and I'm not negatively, but antagonize white men who take issue with it. You know, and anybody else who might take issue, and black women who may take issue with it. Oh, I've seen them antagonizing white men and black women who take issue with it. I don't mean antagonize necessarily in a negative sense, but I'm going to go on the attack against black women and white men who take issue with the fact that I'm a white woman dealing with black men. So I think it's more of a reaction type of deal generally. Yeah. And I could be wrong about that, but that's what I'm getting from it. And then to go answer the question of why are we seeing posts like this more often, I think because of what I said, partly this is more of a response that's happening now. So white women are getting more emboldened to do it. But I think secondarily, it's just how I'm taking it, and what my issue with her saying those things is because it's just all part of the same feminist, you know, anti-establishment narrative that we're all being taught in schools and stuff like that. It's like, you know, for whatever the reason is, the white man is the picture of Western civilization. And so if you don't like Western civilization, you don't like the white man. If you don't like Christianity, you don't like the white man. They're all kind of considered to be synonymous for whatever the reason is, because it's all just the establishment being torn down. And so these types of hyperbolic at best and just outright attacks, you know, at worst, you know, is what we're going to see, is because they just want to deconstruct everything, tear everything down. So I think that's what this is. You know, it's low all the things she named are low percentages. Now, have I had friends who like to torture animals for some weird reason? Yeah. You know, did it seem as common in the community that I was more familiar with? It didn't seem as common, but I've had friends who are other ethnicities, and I was like, it did seem like that was a little bit more okay. But is that, I think it's common? Like, you got a bunch of people of other ethnicities that are, you know, torturing, you know, animals and stuff like that. No, I don't think that's a very common thing to do. You know, the people that are kind of known for defending animals the most is what? White women. Yeah. And so I would say, like, I think a lot of that's exaggerations, but I think the issue why we're seeing it more is that as people are starting to tear down the very foundations of our civilization that make it great, we're going to see more stuff, and it's going to be mainly aimed at the white man, because they are what people consider to represent Western civilization. So that's my thoughts. Anybody else can? Everybody give their thoughts.
I would push back on your first part where you said that. Yeah, I would push back on the first part where you said that, like, oh, well, it's kind of like here when we do it just for clicks. Because I believe if that was the truth, Freshly definitely would have let T Reason and Dane go on for much longer if it was just for clicks here.
You got a point.
He saved that boy.
Well, yeah, definitely not just for clicks, but I think definitely for clicks. But yeah, but you're right about that.
I feel like you are right in what you said. I think it was just. I do feel like it was just more for a pick me and attention grab. Anytime I see something, a post of people like, oh, I hate this person, I hate that person, I think it's all just for attention, because it's
That's
just
all
really
it
about
is.
how they feel. It's everything she said is about how she feels. There was really no facts
I think it's
in
a little bit
anything
more
that
than
she
that.
said.
No, I think it's a little bit more than that. I think there was actually some truth to what she was saying too. But I think the main thing was the comment not ignorant. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at that comment, was that not something that where we're like, okay, you know, the comment was obviously left field. You know what I mean? And she's responding to the negativity in the comment, and how
that's what I was gonna say.
And how are we going to respond? Is we don't know how many comments she's getting like that. We don't know what her inbox looks like. We don't know how much hate mail she gets, and she's fed up with it. So
I see it all the time on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube and TikTok. It's brutal. Like these white women who are who post their mixed race or to show their mixed family, they get plastered in the comments.
Exactly. So she was pushing back, and now
pretty much every single one that I've seen. Pretty much every
understanding
single one that I've seen.
This is a response. This is not me going on the attack. This is a response to ignorant comments. Like we didn't focus on what the comment was. We focused on her response.
Yeah,
so I think we should start with the.
But
comment.
why respond if you're just looking, unless you're just looking for the attention?
No, but no. Okay, the reason why I think she responded is because she's tired of being attacked so much. I think she's tired of the narrative that's being pushed, and she's pushing back against the narrative to say this is my choice. Don't keep us attacking me for my choice.
So if you're tired of getting the responses towards you, but let me ask you a question then. If you're tired, if you have people constantly coming at you, and you're tired of their responses, do you think responding to them would stop the responses, or would ignoring them be a better response? Because then
sometimes a person can think I can shut it down in such a way. That's why she used such vulgar words, and that's why
on the
she
internet,
used such extreme examples
on the internet.
Wicked.
Try to diffuse the situation and change the positioning.
Wicked.
Yeah.
All of my kids are so white they bleed milk when they cut themselves, okay? So I'm going to ask you. So ain't nobody ever come up to me asking me if my kids was mixed or said anything rude to me about my kids being mixed, because I don't think their heart even beats in rhythm, okay? So and I don't know if anybody else on here has got mixed children, but I'm going to ask you, your little boy's mixed. Have you ever had anybody say anything rude to you about your little boy being mixed?
No, and I wouldn't even respond to them. They're not worth my time. Not worth my energy.
So am I understanding you correctly that you're speaking from a point of the life you live day in and day out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. My daughter-in-law out in Reno is half Jamaican and half white. So my granddaughter, I guess you add that up, she'd be a quarter African of descent or whatever, but as white as my son out there is, it'd probably be more than that if you actually did the math, because that boy out there, he's whitey white. But everything. But anyway, like with my if my granddaughter and my daughter-in-law lived here locally and somebody had something to say to me about it, the best thing I'd do is just ignore them and move on. I wouldn't even entertain it, because those people would, if they said something like that, they'd be doing it just to try to get a rise out of me. I have a cousin.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's exactly it. All it is to try to get a rise or try to get a response. And if you think responding to them is going to stop the situation, somebody who's coming at you is already trying to antagonize you, and you think they're going to stop when their whole entire purpose is to do that? That's just foolish.
Let me ask you this, Wicked.
I do agree with Wicked about that. I don't think her posting is going to make it, stop getting. I think it's going to get. She's going to get more though.
I think it'll make it worse.
Let me ask you, Wicked. Let me ask you, Wicked. Coming from somebody from the background you do, when you thought about proposing to your ex-wife, unfortunately at this point, but when you thought about proposing to her, did you propose to her and go into that with full knowledge of the social ramifications?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Nor did I care what other people think. It's my life. If I'm going to base my life on what other people think, it's not my life.
I have a cousin. He's like a first cousin once removed, so he's a little bit farther out. But I know him well. He stands 6'9". He's a mountain of a man. He is corn-fed redneck. But his daughters had a particular taste for black and Hispanic men, and he told me this was years and years ago. I was at his house doing some computer work for him in his office, and he had his daughter's pictures hanging up on the wall over his computer. And I looked up at him. I said, "Oh, that's your daughters up there." They were like middle school in the pictures. And he said, "Yeah, that was back when they were good girls." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well," he said, "when Jamie first got pregnant by that fella, which was a black dude, first got pregnant by that fella, he said, I told her there ain't no way in hell I can love an N-word grandbaby." He said, "But I'll tell you what, Dane, I got the sweetest damn N-word grandbaby God ever gave a man." So, I mean, it's a complex issue. because he still said N-word grandbaby. But better not nobody threaten no harm on Big Jim's N-word grandbaby.
Wait, y'all don't let wait. What you got on this? You haven't said much. What you got? I hope it's more than 10 words too.
Yeah, this whole type of, like I said, I don't get shit like this in my feed. My feed's about like,
oh, he went back to that again.
Yeah, my feed's like
I feel where he's coming from because I don't see this in my news feeds either. I really don't.
Yeah, mine's like, dude,
we passed that way. Why'd you pick that point? People have said so much since then.
So maybe if we change it to why do posts like this occur more often instead of why are we seeing? Because obviously he's not seeing it.
Yeah.
But they
well, I was just saying, like, I'm talking about the conversation has moved past that. What you said, I mean, you know, Dane spoken, Wicked spoken, you know, Freshly being T Reason spoken.
No, yeah, I mean, I've got
we got a baby being called the N-word. What you want to say? Come on, man.
She's doing it for the reaction. She's doing it for the reaction.
So nothing on Dane's story, nothing on Wicked's situation.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what's happening. We've got this licked.
Wade's playing it safe, huh?
We're seeing more of it because she's doing it for attention.
Wayne is trying not to get canceled right now.
Why does it remind me the movie Life again with the baby?
Wade. Well, Wade is Wade's Native American, and we see how it turned out with them playing it safe and trying to get along with folks, right?
Right.
That's right. Hey, we need another Indian on here. Where is he?
Oh man. So yeah,
we need to have a clash of the Indians. Where's Indian Jesus at?
I don't know. I went over to his stream and I posted the link to him, and I went to his Discord and I posted it there in his Discord. And when I went to his stream, I posted the link, and then a moment later he pulled up y'all's stream on his stream, and I couldn't hear his audio because I didn't hook all that up and everything. So that's all I know. I'll go back again. I'll go back again and get with him and see if you want me to. But last time I did that and came back, then T Reason showed out. So don't let him show out when I come back. But I'll go look on YouTube or his Discord and see where he's at.
I think we got some comments.
I see Deirdre changed her name over there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my girl right there. See right there's the Miss Big Daddy. She trying to be funny.
Big mom.
No, what are we doing? How are we doing it?
Oh Lord, she's over there on y'all stream. See,
the Mrs. Big Daddy said, "I know why Vulcan is saying what he's saying. But I think maybe you don't know many women like this in real life. She's not some neutral person responding to a racist. She's racist and she's loving. ...
Yeah, ain't no telling. Y'all ought to imagine the arguments I've had with that woman for 37 years.
From being the non-quote unquote racist white person who isn't one of those people. We've been around girls and women like this for over 35 years.
Yeah, so yeah, I want to speak to that right there. I think I wish I could say that was true. Unfortunately, I've come across a number of white ladies like that. These are, I mean, just looking at her and kind of doing an assessment of what kind of white woman I think she is. You know, she's the kind of white woman who seems to me. She probably has a lot more black friends than she does white friends. I think this is really just an internet thing. That's why I'm not sure if the personal experiences really do it justice. Because I can definitely relate to what Dane was saying as far as somebody calling.
I feel like she's
an baby, but online, like maybe we just gotta cover it more often. But I guarantee you, next time you're on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and see white women who are posting their black husband and posting their mixed children, you're gonna go into the comments and see some stuff. It's gonna be on there. I mean, it's pretty common, and so if somebody's gonna address it, that's what you're gonna see. I think this seems more like a response. He's saying it's a response initially, and then if you're familiar with those kind of things, you're gonna see. I don't know how much mix. You say you don't see it on your feed, but I don't know how much, white women you see posting their black men and their black kids, for social media. But if you see that, I go into the comments. I don't know if you're a comment guy. Like I'm a comment guy. I almost always go into the comments on videos.
The comment section is so much fun.
And this is a very common thing that I'm seeing.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
not denying that it happens. I just feel like it's literally just gonna, it seems like she's getting mad for the attention she's getting for it, but then her responding for it is only gonna bring more attention. Like, it's the internet. What is she thinking that is gonna cause the problems to solve?
But the attention from her perspective might be a
She's
good
just
thing.
feeding the fire.
Like she may look at herself. It's very possible that she looks at the attention as a good thing because I'm exposing these races.
I don't deny that. I think every woman looks at attention as a good thing.
Well, yeah,
I swear I was about to say that to my chat. I was about to say that to my chat. I was about to say all women like attention is a good thing.
Well.
Whether it's good attention or bad attention
is good for me, and there's attention is good for society. I think this woman thinks that the attention she's raising with these, because I know there's a number of white women I've seen doing this stuff on TikTok and stuff. They look at it as restoring balance to the force, kind of a thing. They think they're on some kind of cosmic quest to right the wrongs of the past. I don't think it's just simply, I don't know if you've ever seen the Boondocks episode where they show Ann Coulter, where Ann Coulter is saying all these Republican talking points, and then the camera goes off, and her boyfriend's Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they show it on the Boondocks. I don't think she's that. I think this is a lady who really believes what she's saying, and everything y'all are saying about it is true. But on top of that, she really believes she has like the moral uprightness, and she's on the righteous cause, the cosmic quest for some kind of justice. And it's attacking. I think it's attacking the patriarchy, attacking white men and all that stuff.
You want to get into a few comments?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Vulcan.
We got
go
a
ahead.
couple of them, but just so you know, Mrs. the Big Daddy is she's going at your neck, Vulcan.
Oh Lord.
Yep.
Hold up, Freshly. Look, woman, I ain't got many friends. And don't forget, he looks like our younger son, so don't cost me a friend.
The Mrs. Big Daddy says they're positive racists, quote unquote. They love being a good person because they aren't like those. I'm gonna quote this as well. Other white people. We got Dick Johnson, 6505. Hey guys, like and subscribe. Appreciate you, Dick Johnson.
It's Richard, but yeah.
He also asked, "Do we want?" I'll pull that off screen, but you can see that. The Mrs. Big Daddy is back for more smoke. She says, I see it too, but this gal, it's not a response. She's glad those racists are there because she gets to be the hero. Exactly, Wicked. So she's with Wicked. And now she says, no, they don't. You're imputing, your impartiality onto this low IQ tramp. And then last but not least, she says, Vulcan, she isn't worried about anything but the fact that she is getting attention. She is an attention whore.
Can I say something in 10 seconds? I know, Dan, you want to say something real quick. I just want to say something in 10 seconds real quick. Oh, go ahead.
She smokes you, bro. Just come on, give up. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, so just in 10 seconds, I want to say this right here. I think the danger of just looking at it as just attention is we're never going to get to the root of the issue. And I yield the floor.
What is the root of the issue?
Well, it's what I've been saying over and over again. It's an attack on. It's anti-establishment. It's an attack on the foundations of Western civilization. That being the face of it being the white man.
Do you really think that woman that was on that video is philosophically, historically developed enough to think that she is mounting an attack on Western civilization or whatever?
I don't think she knows what Western civilization is.
Well, real quickly, because I don't know if you're seeing like I guess Indian Jesus is still waiting for something. I first he put the comment up, but then he took it down. I don't think he finished what he was saying about it. But I think I finished up.
the best I can. For some reason, I'm suddenly getting a loop back. I don't know. I think maybe God hates me with my audio.
No, I was saying, well, Freshly said I'm not going to put it on the screen, but then I don't think he finished what he was saying about it though.
Well, I put it already in the comments for Dane.
But yeah, so the thing is, to answer your question, Dane, I don't think you have to be that philosophically inclined because you're already being taught that every step of the way. It's on all the media. It's on The View. It's on every single show telling women, white men bad. Anything else is good. I think they're being told that everywhere. I think that is.
I would agree with that. Good Lord, why is my stuff echoing for me now? Golly. All right, can y'all hear me?
Yep. I know that's different than probably TV.
No, they can't hear me.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
For some reason, I'm getting a loop back in my audio. But I'm going to go ahead and do this for now.
It's coming in real clear on our end. It's coming in pretty clear.
Okay, of course. God I'm going to convert to like Orthodox Catholicism so God will stop doing this to me. But at any rate, I get what you're saying that the mindset now is white men bad, white man is wrong for everything. I get it. But at the same time, what I'm thinking about is these women. Let me give you an example, okay? There was a young lady who was a part of our family. She wasn't blood related, but she lived with us for about 10 years, So I called her a daughter. She called me her dad, but that was not biologically or legally the case. Okay, she dated mostly black guys and Asians. There's a huge Asian population just south of us. Okay, her name was Morgan. Okay, Morgan, if you were to meet Morgan, she was just Morgan. If you were to meet Morgan, she was just your average run-of-the-mill, sort of, slightly country white chick. But, her boyfriends were going to be either black or Asian. She ended up marrying a Hispanic, which surprised all of us. Anyway.
Did she use the bonnet?
That was the case. There are many, many, many white women who are like Morgan. They meet a guy, they're attracted to him because they have commonalities. Same reason me and the Deej here, Mrs. Big Daddy, she called herself. Same reason we got married. We had a lot in common, and she had very low standards in men. So that happens a lot between white women and black men and white men and black women. It happens, but it's not as visual because when you come across them in Walmart or on the job or something somewhere, they're just themselves. Why? Because they don't fetishize that other race. They don't look at that other race as their hero and their example of greatness and then go about LARPing, live action role play for you old folks. I know I'm the old guy here. Maybe Wade's older than me. But they don't go about LARPing as a black person or LARPing as a white person or LARPing as whatever. They are themselves. They have commonalities. They build a relationship that grows into a marriage. They have some little mixed race kids, and they're happy. And for the most part, nobody gives a damn.
Dan,
but some of these gals, in this case, and some dudes too. So a real good friend of mine, his brother was like this. He was a Cajun, but they're basically white. And everything. But when you talk to him, he tried to, I don't know if he tried to, but he talked like what some people might think of as a stereotypical black voice. And, like Sean King, he cut his beard real slim and everything. Like he did everything he could to look what he thought was black because he fetishized blackness. So there's a difference in white chicks like Morgan. Just so y'all know, my only daughter married to a black man. Okay. But trust me, Kaylin, if you cut her wrist, she'll bleed milk. Sour cream. I'm talking about. She gets that from her mama. So I don't have a problem with that. That doesn't bother me at all or whatever. But when I come across some of these people and they're LARPing as a black person or a Hispanic or whatever it is they decided to fetishize, that's a whole different thing. I think that Vulcan's reading way too much into it. I think they just have a mental issue where they want attention, so they go that route.
Dang.
I'd just like to chime in here.
What did she do that made you feel like she was LARPing as a black person?
I don't even know what that means. I don't understand what he means.
I think it's the way she was talking is why Dane said that.
What I'm asking Dane
is definitely
There's a thing, T Reason. There's a thing where
no.
This is kind of a white thing, but it's.
I asked the question.
Am I not hearing Freshly, or is?
Freshly's trying to talk to you. Freshly asked you a question. He said,
Okay,
"Why do
I'm
you
sorry,
think that she's LARPing?" Freshly asked, "Why do you think that she's LARPing?"
What is she doing to make you feel like she's LARPing?
All I can go with, because man, I wish I could get rid of this echo. All I can go with, I'm gonna have to mute my loop back here. Okay, so give me a minute when I get finished talking, because I gotta unmute y'all's feed so I can hear you. All I can go with is my anecdotal experience. Now, keep in mind, when I was in high school, I had many people come up to me and be like, "How hard up you gotta be to date one of them N-words?" So this ain't something that I just strolled into. This has been going on since the 80s for me. So all I can go on is my personal anecdotal experience, which I will concede 100% is 100% anecdotal. Okay. But what I've seen is so many little white girls, mostly, not all, in the words of Brother Jesse Lee Peterson, but most. It's so many little white girls that they grew up in suburbia. They grew up in your average run-of-the-mill middle-class home. They didn't grow up in neighborhoods like I grew up in. But then they reached puberty and they began developing this fetishizing for black guys, okay? And then they began speaking in a way, walking in a way, behaving in a way that they believe is black, which is a racist perception that they have. They don't think about you Freshly when they think about a black guy. They don't think about Vulcan. They're thinking about more like Lil Wayne or somebody. So that's how they set it up. Is so they begin crafting a persona that they believe will help them fit in better in that community, instead of being like Morgan, being like Kaylin, my daughter and my basically daughter, and just being themselves and moving on.
Would you say they're trans black?
Hold on real quick. here's my question. What you described about I forget the two young ladies that you were naming, is they were raised in a place, like you said, in suburbia. I'm wondering what you saw about this young lady that made you put her in that category as opposed to the category of young white woman who grew up in this environment and this is just what she knows. This is her culture because that's where she grew up at. That's what she's exposed to.
But the thing is, where she grew up at, where she grew up at, that's something that you have to kind of conjure up, and I do too, as far as her background of where she grew up at. But I mean, I grew up really in the hood. I grew up, I refer to it as economically depressed areas because it wasn't always, all black people. But I mean, we're kind of having to individualistically say, well, she grew up around people like that, but we don't really know that. And I'm just speaking in very general terms based on my admittedly anecdotal experience.
Okay, and I just wanted that's fine. So
I think that's what he's asking you right there.
Because my whole thing is we don't. To your point, we actually don't know, and you went to one side based on, and he said it. So for the audience, I just want everyone to see this is based on his bubble of experience as opposed to objective thinking. Just because if you be objective, then you don't really bring into account why how she's saying it or what she's saying. You listen to what she's saying because we don't know if she's LARPing or if this is genuine. If you don't know that, it's easy to kind of cut both of those things out, and you should just listen to the message and then comment on that. That's kind of what I was getting at. I appreciate Dame.
Yeah, I mean, I get that Freshly, and like I said, there's nothing about what I just said that I could empirically show a study or anything. It's just based on my anecdotal experience, and I'm sure it doesn't apply to everybody. but I've just seen a lot. Like back when I was in high school, and I might have to take the long way to class because I grew up in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Okay, and so I say I grew up there. That's where I graduated high school at. I digress. So. Back when I had to take the long way to class because of my choice, not only of romantic interest, but just of friends in general, just because of my natural personality. We had commonality, so I'd look around and most of my friends would end up being of the brown persuasion. It wasn't like I said, oh, I want to go make a black friend, and everything. So from that time in my life until now, it's just what I've seen. But nowadays, I look around and I mean, if I see a young lady who's dating or married to a black man or got mixed children or whatever, that in and of itself does not, I don't even give a damn. I just, whatever, I mean, so, but I can't say that when I come across some white chick and she, at least from my perspective, she seems to be going out of her way to impersonate a black person, and her idea of a black person is some ghetto, undereducated, or whatever person, and so she's showing it irritates me. In a way, it irritates me, not necessarily because I'm like, oh, you're a white girl, you should act white, whatever in the damn hell shit that is. But it irritates me in a way because that person, if they are LARPing, they're saying that that's what they think black culture is and black people are,
but to me
and everything, and it just I just don't know why they can't just
Dane, to me,
like love the black man or black woman if it's a man, the black man, and have their mixed children and live their life and be themselves and mix together and everybody be happy without her thinking. And it's usually sometimes it's men who do this, but usually it's women.
Go ahead, Vulcan. Because I'm not being rude, but he can't hear us when he's talking. So it's hard to
okay.
in the conversation because he has to mute our feed while he's talking, so he can't even hear us like going, back and forth. And I don't want.
Got you.
I do have one question for you, Fresh. After
hold on, before you ask that question, I just want to make a comment to what Dane said. Then you go ahead, Wicked. I was gonna just say, like, I wouldn't see her as any different than a black person that says that other black person is talking white. She would just be that kind of a mindset person. I don't know if that would be LARPing or not, or that would just be, that is a very popular, uneducated, illogical, irrational perspective that people of all colors can have. She's just assimilating into that culture because maybe the kind of men that she's attracted to find that kind of speech pattern more attractive. So that could be in their words, a valid reason for doing it. Not that I would agree with that, but that could be a valid reason for doing it. So yeah, but
if I could respond to that
part. Well,
so just
Wicked
a question real quick. So
would you respond, but I know Wicked had a question.
Would you say would you say it's we would be able to have a better answer if we could find out if she was like either from Brooklyn or if it was like a Malibu's Most Wanted type of situation?
Well, I think it would be a more informed answer. I don't know about better. I just think objectively, because we don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, that's what I'm saying. I asked that question because if you don't know, like when Dane was saying, oh, she could be pretending, but then you're like, well, what if she actually grew up around these people and that's actually how she is? That's why I kind of like, if you look at people that are from areas like that, they grew up that way, she could actually be genuine in the way she's talking. But then, like, I think of like Malibu's Most Wanted.
But growing up around and growing up in is two different things still.
But also,
well, I mean, I would say
the way she said it was heavily implicated in Dane's invalidation of what she said, right? Because how she sounded when she said it, he accused her of LARPing, and then I mean, I think she sounded genuine. I think she sounded like she actually believes that. I feel like she sounded genuine, but me personally, I believe that those type of videos are attention seeking. Well, yeah, I'm not addressing that point. I'm not saying she's not seeking attention. I'm saying
I would say yes, because to me, if there's a response,
I just want to make sure we're changing the subject from what Dane and I were talking about, right? Two things they're not.
Well, I was just responding real quick to what Vulcan said, but my original question was for what you and Dan were talking about, whether it was like an actual response of how she really talks and really feels to which I think is what you were saying, correct? Like she could actually be this kind of person, correct?
My overall point is, who cares how she said it? What did she say? I'm saying that would be a more valid criticism.
Okay, I thought you were saying was like she actually is this person to where Dane is like she's LARPing as this person.
Well, what I'm saying is we don't know that. So to Dane's point, like Dane's
Ooh.
his argument was heavily based on the fact that she might not even be genuinely that person, and that's why she's LARPing as that person, and that's why what she said is more invalid. He admitted, right, for the audience, he did admit that it's based on his anecdotal experience, which is his bubble of influence. But I'm pointing out that because we don't know objectively, we should just judge her based on what she said and how she said it. I actually agree. If we knew that she was from like the Valley or like Beverly Hills, and she was talking like that, and she had no valid reason to talk like that, then I would now because I know, I question her motivation, right? I question it's not definitive even then, but now I have.
Yeah, that's the question I thought you were asking okay, well, how do you know she's not from an area where this is where she really lives that life?
Is it clear?
I was just really trying to. Yeah, no, I'm definitely clarified. I just miss. He was saying it one way. I took it as a different way, but I understand what he was saying now. I just wanted to get a clarification.
I know Dane had a point that he wanted to bring up, and then Wade and T haven't spoken in a while. But yeah,
Dane.
I'm not even. I'm not even sure where I was going with it. I've kind of lost track of my thoughts, but I would like to just reiterate. I would like to just emphasize the fact that I don't have a problem with interracial relationships. Marry who you want to marry, have kids with who you want to marry, have kids with. But at the same time, something that I was trying to allude to when I talked about my friend Wicked Dreams over here is I'm as shocked as anybody that I married a white woman, okay? But Wicked Dreams over here, he ended up, marrying a Dominican and everything. He knew going into it. I knew I was decades ahead of him. Well, a decade ahead of him. I knew what I was looking at if that was the case. I knew what I was going into. See, but then, so gals like what was in the video, they know what they're looking at. It's kind of like I knew what I was looking at when I ate all those Krispy Kreme donuts to get 400 pounds. So when I'm looking at high blood pressure and diabetes and stuff, I can't turn around and act like people are being like mistreating me. Really, in a way, I guess that's a very loose analogy now that I think about it. But I mean, she knew what she was looking at from people and the crazy, ignorant, backwards, racist, hurtful things they were going to say. I mean, she knew where she was moving, but I mean, she made her choices. That's just kind of where I'm at on it.
So real quickly,
I don't have a problem with mixed children, mixed marriages. It ain't none of my business who you marry, as long as it's the opposite sex, because it ain't but two. But as long as it's
I don't know if you mind messaging freshly messaging him, let him know that he can't hear us whenever I don't know.
He knows he can't hear us. That's how I know, because he said he had to mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said he had to mute us in order for him to talk, so we didn't get the feedback.
So yeah, I don't think he's being rude. Dane is just naturally long-winded. He just can't hear us like interrupting or trying to cut in or ask questions because he has our feed.
Yeah,
because I think it's echoing on his side.
Okay. Yeah,
I am. It's some kind of loop back, and I'll get it figured back. I'll get it figured out in a minute. When I'm not like in the spotlight, I'll be able to figure out which button I have inadvertently clicked.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is that I think the thing is and it is something that maybe we're talking anecdotal. This may be something that only really black guys may know intimately, just because if you're a black guy and you're out dating, you're dating women who you're gonna meet with Asian women who date outside of Asians, but you're gonna meet Asian women who date only black guys. you know, you're going to meet white girls who date outside of white guys, but you're also going to meet white girls who only date black guys. You see what I'm saying? And they're not the same. And then when you got white women, then you got white women who only date black guys. You got white women who are actually ensconced in black culture. Like everything about them is black, except for the fact that they happen to be white. And then you got white girls who are still maybe in the middle or maybe just white, but they only date black guys. And if you're a black guy who's been exposed to that, experienced that kind of a thing, they don't communicate the same. This woman on this video, I know women like that very well. And that's why I'm thinking, I think this is coming from a genuine place, although it's a place that, because she's saying what a lot of black women would say. Unfortunately, she's saying what a lot of black women would say.
Yeah.
And
so I think Mrs.
go ahead,
Presley. I was saying, I think Mrs. Big Daddy is mistaken us for, because we're so well spoken and Vulcan has his shirt buttoned all the way up that we didn't grow up in the I'm like, I'm very, very familiar with these type of women. In fact, I have in the past been what you would describe as fetishized or even just pursued
for sure
by those type of women. So I'm super duper familiar.
Yeah, and so I'm just saying,
unfortunately, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, and so again, my explanation. I know we're gonna get to the next topic. I'm just saying because I don't know if you know, Wicked, Wade. You say you haven't been accustomed to this kind of thing. But I'm saying is it possible? Is it feasible? Is it reasonable to assume or to infer that this is a white girl who's probably posting her interracial stuff? White men see it online and go, "We hate that. We don't like that. You ruined your bloodline." And if she's in black culture, right? She's gonna talk her ish. She gonna jank, to use Dane's words. Online,
I
in
agree
private.
with that 100%. I agree with I believe
that.
she feels that. I believe she believes what she says.
And it's for content. Sorry, and it's for content on
Uh-huh.
top of that. Go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. There's no way to even disagree with that would just be illogical. My whole point is that I believe that if you're tired of people coming at you for a certain reason, and if you were to post it online, it's only going to cause more people to come at you.
I don't think she's tired of it.
It's not going to do.
I don't think she's tired of it. Like those kind of white girls.
Like she seemed pretty like upset about it.
Smoke. The white girls I'm familiar with that are like that. They want all the smoke.
No. I don't think that she. Okay, so let me rephrase that. I feel like it's aggravating her. I don't think if she wants to smoke, she definitely feels like she wants to smoke. If there was a fight, she's not going to turn it down. I don't see that coming from her. But I feel like if something bothers you and it's like if it's getting to you in any way, and you were to go online and address the thing that's bothering you, it's only going to bring more attention to the thing that bothers you. That's all.
I agree. Yeah, for sure. I think that's what, to your point and to Dane's point, to Deetra's point, I think that's what she wants. I think she wants that because it's better for her channel. And it's also what she
engagement and clicks.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's all of those things. Yeah, I just think if we just say it's just for clicks, it's exclusive.
No, I don't think it's just for clicks. I think she actually believes what she says. She wants to respond to people so she can feel like she's getting the last word. She wants to smoke. She's not afraid of the conflict. I agree with that 100%. But I also think like those type of videos are for attention.
And I've seen it with Hispanic women and white women. And it's the same thing. They typically have the smoke for black women because they have that battle they got to deal with. And then for white men, those are the two that I've seen them have like, oh yeah, I'm ready for war.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, we can go to the next one freshly unless somebody has anything they want to say on it.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and cue this up. It's a good topic, I think. A bit of a change of pace.
I can't hear anything.
He shouldn't have said. If I had said that amongst fighters, they'd completely understand. There's not one real fighter that would dispute what I said. It's like 100+ pounds. Exactly. And then somebody who's not a fighter. It's just physics. I don't care about weight, you know? I've seen cats that are different weight classes like that knock out big guys, you know? Weight has nothing to do with it. Trust me, there's some guys 5'6", 140 pounds, kick you in your nuts. Good night. Michael Jai White said that he could have beaten Bruce Lee. Oh, he should have never said that. He apologized for that. He should have never said that. If I had said that amongst fighters, they completely understand. There's not one real fighter that would dispute what I said. It's like 100+ pounds. Exactly. And then somebody who's not a fighter. It's just physics. I don't care about weight, you know? I've seen cats that are different weight classes like that knock out big guys, you know? Weight has nothing to do with it. Trust me, there's some guys 5'6", 140 pounds, just kick you in your nuts. Good night. Michael.
All right, so we got the video right there. We got the question ready. Okay, does size matter in a fight? Does size matter in a fight? And we're going to start off with Wicked on this one. Just going to say yes or no, and then we're going to go around.
Nope.
Does size matter in a fight?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
All right. T Reason, does size matter in a fight?
Absolutely.
Wade, does size matter in a fight?
Yes.
Dane, does size matter in a fight?
No.
Okay, so we'll get it going right now. So we got everybody going. Okay, so yeah, for me, I'm gonna have to go with I'm gonna go with it matters, y'all. So we'll start it off with Dane. You said no. You know, you can go ahead and lead the charge on the no. Then we'll have somebody champion the yes. What do you say, Wade?
What about Freshly?
Oh, he's I'm
about to head out, but
so yeah,
yes.
Oh, okay, well, yeah. All right, yeah. So yeah, Dan, you want to go ahead and lead it off, lead the charge?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Size can be a factor if both people are of equal skill and experience. But if that's not the case, a big guy who's less skilled, less experienced, that would often easily be overtaken by a smaller guy who knows more about his technique and his skill and his ability. So it is true, even though it's an axiom, it is true that it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. So yeah, no, if it's a small guy, I'm 6'3". I'm barely over 300 pounds. If a guy comes up to me who's a little fella and he wants to try to instigate some sort of a physical confrontation, I know several things. Either he's a bad some joker, so I need to try to de-escalate, or he's crazy. And crazy people are strong, so I need to de-escalate. Those are basically my two most common options. It's possible that he's a little fella trying to show out and I could break him in half, but how do I want to risk that? I mean, I'm a big guy, so my size helps me not have to deal with those issues as often as a smaller person like John. I mean, like Wicked over here, like little 5'0" guy right here. But for the most part, if a smaller guy comes up to me wanting to be aggressive towards me, the first thing I do in my mind is go into some sort of a de-escalation because he's either very skilled or very crazy. You see, but ultimately size doesn't matter to me.
Got you. Okay, and then when it says size does matter, Wade, you said size does matter, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Why you got size matters?
Yeah, size matters. Look, it's not the only thing that matters. There's a lot of things that matter, but given all other things being equal, the bigger guy is going to smash the shit out of the smaller guy. Plain and simple. Like there's only so hard you can hit as a person, and hitting big people, dude, I've broken metal sticks or wooden sticks across people's chest. They didn't feel it. that was a big fat motherfucker, but he didn't feel it. And so then I'm scared now because I just broke a stick across this guy's chest and he's still standing. Yeah, size matters in a big way.
It says size doesn't matter. It's the motion. Never mind. That's wrong topic. All right. So yeah, T Reason on you.
Yeah, man. Size, especially in a fight, it matters. I mean, you got to think about it. The bigger guy has an advantage, and any advantage you can get in a fight can determine the fight. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand how Dane doesn't see this being the biggest guy on a pod, other than he may lack some of the fight the dog need to have in it to win it. But size definitely matters. I think that's the reason why when you look at boxing and different physical contact sports, MMA, it's weight classes. If size didn't matter, they would just go in there and say, I don't like you, or this would be the perfect matchup. And you would see bigger guys fighting smaller guys all the time if size didn't matter. You see what I'm saying? Now, obviously, skill matters too, but that doesn't mean that size doesn't matter, because skill is also another thing that can factor, because I've seen fights where the smaller guy wins. Does it happen all the time? No. But can it happen? Yes. But all things being considered, if two people are giving it their all, I'm going to put my money on the bigger guy 9 times out of 10. Now, there are always exceptions to the rule where you can see a smaller guy win a fight, but that's not going to be the case across the board. Typically, you don't see heavyweights getting in there with featherweights or bantamweights. Them guys
Appreciate
are peons.
Reason. Yeah,
them guys are peons compared to them.
Appreciate you, T Reason. We're going to get Wiki. Go ahead. I've been doing a minute timer over here, just so y'all know. I've been doing a minute timer.
So real quick, I mean, the only thing that matters So the only thing that matters in the fight is going to be your skill level. It doesn't matter your size. So there's been too many examples where size means absolutely nothing. Oh, yeah. And I'll give you an example.
Lion dog face pony soldier.
Say me and Dane were about to go at it. All right, he's much bigger than I am. But guess what? The minute I take out his kneecaps, he's done. Size means absolutely nothing to a skill level. If I can put him in a grappling move, you ever been in an arm bar? It doesn't matter the size you are, whether you're in an arm bar, or you're in a leg lock, or you're in a chokehold. Your size means absolutely nothing. It's skill level. That is what all that matters in a fight.
Yeah. So for myself, I said that the size matters because when you look at professional sports, they have weight classes. They put those weight classes in place because for them, and I've heard fighters break it down, like Joe Rogan on the show. He's broken it down like they don't have a supreme way or all-encompassing way that covers everything way of breaking up fighters, because even when you factor in weight, you just got people that are, like y'all said, different skill levels, different races, different athleticism.
Like, can you hear it is looping back to me?
Okay. Yeah, people have different skill sets, people have different heights, different arm reaches and stuff like that, different experience levels. And so the best way that the fighting community has been able to figure out how to separate it to make it as fair as possible is we're going to do by weight. We're not going to do it by height. We're not going to do it by arm reach. The best thing they can think of is weight. And they did that because that seems to be by the professionals who look at this thing, that like this seems to be the best way to separate everybody is by weight. So I'm thinking, like, to me, that'd be the strongest argument in favor of size mattering, is the fact that UFC and boxing, wrestling, all these places put that weight on there. And then secondarily, I'd want to say in closing for it is just, I think the reason why it matters so much is just because, if we take it outside of professional athletes, just on the streets, people that are fighting, generally, if the skill sets are about equal, the bigger guy is gonna win, or the smaller guy has to do a lot. Even if the smaller guy wins, he's still not doing as much damage. So sometimes I've seen it where you're like kind of lucky. It's lucky the shorter guy had more skill because he won the fight, but the big guy didn't, get deleted or wasn't beat up too bad because he was his weight big enough to absorb a lot of the impact. But when I've seen it the other side, it gets very scary and very nasty, and it gets to where you don't even want to look at it anymore. So that would be.
But that's only when it connects. But that only deals when a punch connects or a hit connects. How many times have you seen a big guy not been able to actually get a punch? You could be a guy who's really tall and really long, but if you have a short guy who's up in your range, who's actually within a close distance, you can't do anything to him because you're so big. You have no reach. You have no nothing. The only way you can get him is if you're farther away because you have the reach. But once they get close, your fighting game is absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I mean,
depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about in a boxing situation or a fight situation? Because in a fight situation, it can get grabbed and
it doesn't matter. So Okay, but you're talking about in a fight situation which has rules and regulations, and there are rules to fight to go by. In a regular fight, there are no rules. In a street fight, there are no guidelines. There are no things that you can and
That's
cannot
worse
do.
for the smaller guy.
So a smaller person, and you're right, and you're absolutely right. That's worse for a smaller guy because he is now going to do whatever it takes because you're the bigger guy. He's going to act more irrational and more dangerous. Just like a smaller dude who is educated in fighting is more dangerous in the ring than an actual fighter, because they'll just go all out and do things that they won't even think about, which causes them.
But my only issue, Wicked, when you're saying certain things, you're using a lot of absolute language. This will never, that would ever. So what I'm gonna do, and I'm interpreting you by just using. I'm assuming you're speaking hyperbolically. You don't literally mean like it doesn't matter at all, or the different extremes.
No, I don't think it matters. I don't think that it. Okay, so it's not that size doesn't matter at all, but I don't think it's in the top reasons why a fight matters. I think there are many other reasons. I think your skill level matters more.
My question would be then why are the people that are sanctioning these bouts? Why do they make
because the fights? Because the way that those fights are set up are to be somewhat fair. And it's not an actual just a fight between two people, because there are many people who try to go to other weight classes who are in a lower weight class but want to fight in a higher weight class. The reason that those fights are there is because it can be.
So let me make sure I'm understanding your answer. You're saying that the reason why these sanctioning bodies are saying like, hey, look, we're going to do it by weight is primarily because they want to make sure the fight's fair.
Because they have rules and regulations. They think like they believe that, okay, well, if you have these two guys, it'll be a little bit more even match. Now, does size count for something? Yes, but I don't think that it's,
but they're saying it's the biggest factor,
a major factor.
What I'm getting from it, they're saying like, not that that's the only factor, but they're saying out of all the, let's make up there's 10 factors. They're saying that the biggest one was the weight one.
Well, I think they only do I don't think it is the biggest factor. I think they only do it because they assume, because it's a visual of fairness. It visually looks fair. I think that's why they do
fair.
That.
You're saying
they just want to look fair. Okay. Correct. Because if it was really a fair fight, why would you put two different styles where, like a person who does grappling and jiu-jitsu wouldn't be a fair fight against a person who's just a wrestler?
Well, that's what they didn't know. That's what they were. I know the UFC 1 was trying to figure out like what is the top martial art.
Right, but I think it's just a perception for these people to assume that
what about in boxing?
Looks like it's fair.
But why? Because what I was thinking in my head was boxing.
So I think with boxing is because boxing is specifically only punches. And if you have a dude who's 200 pounds and he actually connects, because if the punch actually connects, then that's where the indifference will be. But the skill level, the guy who's smaller could hit the guy who's bigger 70, 80, 100 more times and still win the fight. But the guy who is bigger, because his force can do more damage, is why they do that.
Reason, Wade, y'all want to get in there? Dane, anybody want to get in there?
I do.
Exactly. So
hold on, wait, yeah.
The bigger guy is at an advantage, and so that's why they do by weight class. Like that's because all other things being equal, the bigger guy is gonna win. If everything else is the same, if they've got the same skill level, if they've got the same training, if they've got
but fights aren't designed on equalness.
Everything else,
fights are not designed on equalness. There's no fight designed on equalness.
Win.
Are we talking about a street fight or some combat sport?
Either way,
I think we're talking about
no. If we're talking,
even if you were talking about in a combat sport, it's still not equal, because if you have two different fighting styles, where one is a better fighting style which has more outcome of a win compared to another, that wouldn't be fair. And it doesn't matter the size of the person.
But like you were saying, an arm bar, a leg bar.
I would say that somebody who is in.
That's from someone just in wrestling.
Do you think that's a fair? Do you think that's a fair fight versus somebody who's just a boxer who knows just about punching? Do you think it's a fair fight between someone who's boxing and does kickboxing?
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of times a smaller guy try to put a bigger guy in an arm bar, and he gets picked up off the ground and slammed through the floor, and he looks stupid because he thought
and guess what? And when he does the arm
down the bigger guy.
And that's because he didn't do it properly. If he was to properly do an armbar, that wouldn't happen.
It's because he can't generate the same amount of force as the bigger guy, and that's typically
it's because it wasn't done properly.
Because who can hit harder, the smaller guy or the bigger guy? In most cases, the bigger guy is going to be able to generate,
and that's if he connects.
That's not true.
But
I mean, it's almost very rare. It's extremely rare that you see a smaller guy.
No, it's not. What do you base that on? What do you base the extremely rare on, other than your thoughts?
How many times
you base it on professional
videos? Hold on, Wicked.
Dane, professional. Two professional fighters going in and hitting the same punch machine and seeing that the bigger guys doing it bigger.
Two professional fighters are not. There's not a big size difference, a weight difference, a strength difference between two professional fighters. So.
Yes, there is.
No, why the damn hell shit do you think they have weight classes? It's to equalize out the size of the fighters.
That's the point.
Yeah, Dane, wait until we
making the point. Is light years difference in weight. A middleweight versus a heavyweight is light years in difference in size and weight.
I think what happened is that's
okay. Carry on, lady. Carry on. Do your spurging.
Hold on. I think the issue was this, and correct me if I'm wrong on either side, but when Dane said his analogy, he didn't say that part of it, but I think that's what you meant. You were saying that because you said there's not a big size difference between professional fighters. You meant like when they're fighting, like because they're gonna make sure they're in the same weight class.
There's a reason that there are weight classes.
Yeah, but okay, when you said it though, that part wasn't mentioned, so that's why they were saying, well, yeah, there's a small guy compared to the heavyweight. But you were already adjusting for that.
No, what I'm responding to is two reasons mentioned of like weight classes of professional fighters or whatever. Professional fighters, yeah, sure, but there's a reason there are weight classes, and the reason there are weight classes is to account for the size differences within the rules and the guardrails of the professional fight. But those guardrails don't apply out in the real world if there's a street fight. This is why I asked earlier, are we talking about combat sports where there are rules, or are we talking about a street fight? And everybody on the panel, the best I can tell, said both.
Wade's responding to you real quick. Go ahead, Wade.
Response is weight matters in both. In professional fighting, they put them in weight classes to take that out as a reason. Because size matters. And in street fight, the biggest guy usually wins.
I weighed in a few minutes ago, right before stream. Right before I stream, I went back into my bathroom. I leaked my lizard, and I stepped on the little bathroom scale. It said 309 pounds. A 200-pound, 180-pound skilled fighter could beat me into oblivion. My size doesn't matter if he's a skilled fighter, whether he's an athlete or he just is a really good skilled street fighter. It would not matter that I'm 309 pounds. If that dude knows how to pivot, how to give that punch, how to follow through, how to use his body weight versus a fat guy like me, I'm out.
No one's saying, Dane, that other things don't also matter. No one's arguing that point. Of course,
I am.
Of course
I am.
But that's not what
that's my whole argument.
Hold on, let Wade finish. Go ahead,
other things matter too. Size isn't the only thing that matters, but it is definitely a consideration in a fight.
If I'm 309 pounds and he's 200 pounds, 109 pounds smaller than me, let's also say he's 5'8". Okay, so he's like Wicked size, close to it. But he knows how to use his body weight. He knows how to plant his feet. He knows how to pivot his hips. He knows how to whoop me. My weight is insignificant.
Right. But if you both know how to pivot your feet and stand and hit and all that stuff, and you weigh 100 pounds more than he does, you're going to win.
Can I say this?
That sounds to me like you're saying the skill is what matters.
Hold on, Dane. I want to say this real quick too. Hold on real quick. I want to say this part. Hold on, wait. I want to say this. Also, one thing we can do is if you make Dane that guy's size, maybe Dane gets beat up worse.
Right.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
But how does any of that matter? What happens to the big guy in like the 5th round, the 6th round, the 7th round? When nothing happens and he can't climb.
He's celebrating.
No. I'm saying that because you guys are specifically talking about in professional sports and boxing and stuff like that. When there's 5, 6, 7 rounds, by the 4th and 5th round, that guy is so far out of breath that little guy is destroying him. Maybe. If the bigger guy does not get anything out within the first 2 rounds, he is done. Period.
Maybe. Well, let me say this.
Let me say
this.
Not maybe. That's a guarantee.
Let me get in real quick.
Go ahead, Teresa. Go ahead.
Because you got to think about boxing. You got to think about boxing been around for a long time. And when they first started fighting, guess what? They didn't have weight classes. So that should tell you, why did they start using weight classes? Because they had.
How do you know they didn't have weight classes?
Because
why didn't they have weight classes? Because they wanted it to appear fair.
This is why you guys got to look into the history of how things come about. You can't just assume that they just put weight classes from the beginning. They originally saw an imbalance where the bigger guys were slugging and dominating the smaller guys. So
what year did they put in weight classes?
Let's see, it was 1867.
How long? When did how old is boxing?
Now, do you think that they put in weight classes because it's
so boxing weight classes emerged in the late 19th century as a way to make fights fairer and safer, addressing the imbalance caused by fighters of vastly
fairer and fairer. So what was that first word you used? They did it because they wanted to approve fair.
Where the bigger guy was dominating.
So they did it because.
Am I understanding you correctly, T. Reason, that you're getting your arguments from artificial intelligence on Google, but you don't really have any actual understanding of the topic? Am I understanding that correctly?
No, I do have actual understanding.
That part right there.
I also wanted to figure out, well, why did they come about weight classes? Because I already know why. But this just proved my point. Because it further
when you Googled up your argument because you didn't know what you were talking about, and your argument agreed with you, well, then you accepted that argument with no further research.
No, I did that was research. What are you talking about?
I said with no further research. With no further research.
So yeah,
further research.
I'm sorry, real quick, y'all. Wade had a point he wanted to bring up too. Wade, what you were saying?
He's losing the argument, so you gotta switch it.
You don't know shit, man. You just got Google, but you don't know anything.
You sound mad. You sound
I'm not mad. I'm just pointing out that you are a Google cowboy. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about the topic. You don't know anything about logic or none of that. You just have Google. You're reading off of Google like a teleprompter.
No.
It could be big.
How dumb that sounds. You're just mad because I actually made sure what
I'm not mad. I'm not mad that you're a dumbass. I'm not mad that you're a dumbass. Be a dumbass.
You can only speak for yourself. So every time you say that, you're talking about yourself. Like I said.
What the hell does that even mean, ma'am?
When you call somebody something, you're talking about yourself because you can only speak.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that? If I look at someone who is a cab driver, and I call them a cab driver,
it's smarter to understand what we're talking about. We're literally saying.
I think Dane's freezing on my end.
That was the argument.
Is Dane freezing on y'all's end too?
Why they came out with weight class? And now you're upset about the facts. You're arguing with the facts. You're not arguing with me anymore.
I think Dane froze.
Dane first Dane froze. But hold on, can I go back to your argument real quick? Wait, on just something you just said real quick. You're talking about, well, whatever Dane says, you're just saying about yourself. So does that mean everything you said about Dane is something you're projecting about yourself?
No, it does not.
How? Please explain that to me. How does that work? If you're saying that Dane is talking about you negatively, and he's just saying about
something, when he's calling somebody stupid, when he's calling somebody
dumb, how about when you do the same thing to him?
I don't do that to him. That's what you don't understand.
We can go back plenty of streams. There's plenty of times where your opening statement has to do with him.
Doesn't matter.
So you're literally.
That's not the same.
How does that not matter?
That's not the same. When
it's literally the same thing. He's literally saying something about you, and you're saying that he's projecting on you.
Hold on, I don't want to beat you.
I literally just said something factual.
You can get chances.
And then he called me dumb for saying something factual. That's literally, you can search it up.
Hold on, T. You get a chance to break your point down. I just want to say this right here. Do we want to transition to talking about this? Well, I don't know if Dane's coming back on. I think Dane froze. I don't know what's going on with him.
Dane froze. I don't know.
But yeah, but wait, when Dane gets back on, if we want to discuss the internet, riffs that we have, I would love to do that too. Wade got to witness one of them not too long ago. Not on the stream. But Wade, you had anything you want to say about this topic? Anything more you wanted to say?
No, I mean it's at the end of the day, size isn't the only thing that matters. Other things matter, and I'll even say other things matter more. Skill matters more. But you can't take size and be like, that's not a factor. If you have two guys that are the same skill level, they're both black belts in karate. The black belt in karate that weighs 300 pounds is going to beat the black belt in karate that weighs 120 pounds. That's going to happen.
I want to say this. I want to add this to it too. I think there's more variation in size than there's variation in skill level. Like I'm talking about people in the world. Right. Like we just want to pick random people out of the population. They're going to be different skill levels, obviously, for different people, but I don't think it's going to be as different as their size may be. Right. So I would say that it's a smaller percent of people who actually have the skill level to where it's relevant in the fight. I would imagine.
One of the things
I can't prove it right now, but I just would imagine.
Right. No,
let's say we had two guys that had no skill at all, and we had a bigger guy and a smaller guy, and we put them in the room together and told them only one of y'all get to be victorious. And you got two guys with no skill. The bigger guy is probably most likely going to win that fight. There's a small chance the smaller guy might win, but in most cases, the bigger guy's coming out with that win. And that's what I'm arguing right now.
Right.
And then when you look at the question was, is size the only thing that matters? It just said, does size matter? And then for them to say size doesn't matter at all, it just means that they're struggling to comprehend the fact that size does play a factor. And to take it off the table completely shows me that they lack some level of logical understanding to say it is a factor and it is something to take into consideration, whether it be a street fight or a professional fight. Because the bigger guy is going to generate more force than the smaller guy. Generally speaking, most of the time.
But bigger guys have bigger fists. They typically have longer reach. Now, obviously, big can just be referring to your weight, but if we get into like guys who are bigger, they typically have a longer reach and other things like that.
Or strength,
right?
Because obviously, you take an 80-year-old man who's 200 pounds, or we'll say 400 pounds, and then you take a guy who's 26, who's 200 pounds. I mean, I think we're all going to be like, because like y'all are saying, age matters.
Is another factor too.
All kind of stuff matters, But so the point I was just making is just that. I was going to say this real quick. I think Dane's back now. Okay, maybe he's not. But one thing I'll say is this: is that John Jones, he's considered one of the most skilled fighters of all time. And one thing he takes weight very seriously. Like you hear Dana talking about it, you hear Daniel Cormier talking about it. Like he takes weight so seriously, he won't even just fight any heavyweight, and he needs time. Like he knows he's the more skilled fighter, and he still won't fight people that are bigger than him like that. That's how serious he takes the weight thing. I think that could also point in that direction of how important weight is. That the most skilled fighter, maybe of all time, is going like, that's a big guy.
So I will say, I think the way I'm interpreting this is weight is the main reason, would be the biggest reason, is the way that I was interpreting it. Now, I'm not saying that it is not a cause for a fight, because it definitely is. I agree with what he said. To not consider weight into something would be foolish. Let
me pose it to you this way.
Top 5 is in the top.
Let me pose it to you this way: if you could create your own league of fighting, and you would have picked someone outside of weight to be the most balancing force, what would you pick?
I mean, it would. If I was to pick a team of fighters, it would be based on skill. If I was to have like a dream team, I would pick.
He's not saying a team. He's saying if you created a league and you had to be responsible for separating people up for opponents, what are you going to use to separate people up? So
because what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that we're trying to the boxing committees are trying to control for the most what they consider the most important variable. Weight. That's we got to at least control this, and then everything else we can figure out. I'm saying if you had to pick something else to control, if it wasn't going to be size, which would you control?
I would control what your skill level is, because I feel like if you have two guys at the same skill level, but the other one is bigger, the bigger one will tire out before the smaller one will, and giving the smaller one a little bit of an advantage.
Skill level is what they're trying to determine with the fight, right? Who's the best? So if you go in already knowing that one guy's better than the other, like that's a good point. Not fair.
Right. So if I know that somebody, if I have somebody who's a better fighter versus somebody who is a less fighter, and the other guy who is a less fighter is bigger, I will take the smaller guy who's a better fighter.
But that's what the pound for pound list is about. The pound
you're
for pound
saying
list
your
is
opinion, but you're not understanding the question that they're asking you.
That's what
that doesn't answer the question.
Is who is the better fighter?
That's why I literally just said in my statement of is if it's down to as weight being the main decider of what it is, I don't think that it would be the main decider. That's why I started off with that. I think it is a factor, yes, but I don't think it is the main factor. If I was to pick a group of people, I would pick a smaller guy who is a better fighter versus a taller guy who is a not better fighter.
How do you know they're a better fighter?
Right, but okay.
Because we literally hold on a second. We literally just said if somebody has a skill level and you're knowing what their skill level is, how do you ask that question after that?
Like I'm still trying to figure out how you determine that they're the better fighter. I'm trying to figure out what is your measure.
Okay, let's put it like this. I have a guy who has
equally good. Nobody's gonna say, "Oh, he's more skillful than me" or "He's better than me."
Right, even after a fight, people look at the tape after a fight. And after it was obvious, because one guy kicked the shit out of the other, and you'll
Vulcan was just asking me if you were to create your own team. Listen, everything you guys are saying is irrelevant. Vulcan asked me a question talking about if I could create my own team. If I'm creating my own team, I know what the skill set is, right? If I create my own, whatever it is, if I'm creating my own, if I'm picking my own people, I would know what that group of people is, what their skill set is, correct?
You're not even answering the question correctly.
Even if it is a league, if I'm picking the people, I would have to have some kind of information.
He's saying if you were like the commissioner of a league,
Vulcan,
you have to decide how people are going to go into the ring, not one side, both sides. You got to figure out how to make it fair for everybody.
What was your question? Let's go back. Vulcan, did you ask me if I was to be able to pick my own, or if I was just of deciding what the picking would be?
Yeah. Wait until you're correct. I was saying that right now, governing bodies, what they try to control is the weight. That's the best they can do. I'm saying if you were going to say that there's a factor maybe more important than weight, maybe skill set, as you said, you're saying that skill set would be the thing you would more try to guess for instead of weight.
Skill set would come before weight, yes.
But then their question is, go ahead, Wade. This follow-up question would be
objectively. How do you measure skill set? For weight, I can put you on a.
Well, you can go back to track record. You would find out what people's training have, what their records are. I mean, there's ways to find out what people's skill set is.
But that's not objective.
Okay, but listen, if they fabricate it and fail because they fabricated it, that has nothing to do with my decision.
No one's saying that they fabricated.
I'm saying that they can.
He just did. He just did. He wants to bring in another factor.
It doesn't matter. You're trying to use something tangible. If you go by skill level, how tangible is that?
But hold on a second.
This is horrible.
What was this is what I'm trying to understand.
It's horrible.
Okay, what would be another factor?
Vulcan, come on, Vulcan. You have to have a certain amount.
You're adding stuff into Vulcan's
in your heart of hearts, Vulcan.
Vulcan's question because you're adding stuff into
Sorry, Wicked. Hold on. Dave has something on his. He wants to share. Go ahead, Dave.
Vulcan. I know because the time I've spent with you on the telephone talking to you, you have a love for logic and objectiveness and that sort of stuff. This has got to be painful for you to listen to. Because what we have going on here is three different versions of subjectivity and anecdotal claims and absolutely no demonstration of any sort of objective truth or a logical connection. Now, I got to say that my Guido friend over here, wicked dreams. Now, he is trying to come up with some sort of a data and everything, but there's still a significant, not as much as Wade and T Reason, a whole bunch of subjectiveness or whatever. I'm not hearing any sort of objectivity, man. It's horrible, man. It's painful for me, and I'm not as much of a logician as you are because I can be subjective enough to enjoy life, and sometimes, I've told you before, I think you need medication and therapy because you're so logical. So this has got to be painful for you to listen to.
Man, you guys can't even answer questions correctly. You guys answer.
Well, everybody look at T Reason and notice T Reason and give T Reason attention because he loves attention. What do you say, Vulcan?
Trying to dictate terms and not understanding what we were actually arguing. You didn't even catch the full argument before you started jumping to conclusions.
He was just talking to Vulcan. What do you have anything to do with?
Here they go again. Here they go again. Here they go again.
He's trying to point out something, but when he got asked a question, he started talking about saber-toothed tigers and stuff.
Vulcan.
Like, it had nothing to do with the question.
Vulcan, I got a question for you, Vulcan.
So he's talking about logic. I'm trying to get things more down.
I got a question for you, Vulcan.
Yeah, you're leaving it to skill set, which is something we can't necessarily measure.
So there's a question about, and I know you got a question here, Dane. So I was asked a question, and then I would imagine some people object to what you're saying here, and that may be a conversation. You were actually freezing earlier, and I was going to actually get into more of this, what you're bringing up already, which was there is this rift in the conversation, and I think we should probably talk about it and just have that open dialogue. But for me, when it comes to the conversation, I think when it comes to figuring out does size matter in the fight, obviously everybody's objectively saying it matters. Now the question is how much. So I think everybody's kind of just saying, how much it matters, right? To what degree? Because nobody would say it matters nothing. So I think the objective part we figured out.
No, they literally said it doesn't matter. They literally said that.
I'm assuming when they're saying that, you're right. I'm assuming when they're saying that they're speaking hyperbolically.
You said it out of your mouth. Size doesn't matter at all.
I literally said to you, size is a factor, but it's not the main factor.
Now you're fixing it.
Here we go again.
Please rewind.
Here we go again.
Please rewind this just so I can show you how stupid this guy is.
Size doesn't matter at all.
Vulcan.
Both of you guys.
Okay, but the thing is, I think he's saying that he did give the caveat that
I clarified myself as well, but you're too stupid to listen.
Yourself after you went on this
I clarified myself 3 times prior to that because you don't know how to listen. It's not my problem.
Oh, you don't know how to listen. I was listening very carefully.
No, you don't have to know how to listen. No, you.
Oh well, look at you. Both of y'all sound.
No, you. No, you. The other one. No, you.
Oh, well,
I know you are, but what am I?
You can.
No, you.
Me being 300 pounds, I can lose to the smaller guy.
No, you. No, you. No, you don't know how to listen.
All right, so want to hear the truth, and y'all don't want to hear the facts.
Wait.
I presented facts.
You don't have any facts.
You presented nothing but feelings.
Boxing, and when boxing realized they had to have weight classes because the bigger guy was dominating. Like, you can go look that up yourself.
You just
find it for yourself and still argue with
said in the beginning of your sentence of your rebuttal is they wanted it to appear fair. That was the first words out of your mouth. Is they wanted it to appear fair.
Vulcan.
They wanted it to be fair. They wanted it to be fair. You can
listening, but I'm also not trying to interrupt what they're saying. But yeah, I'm listening.
I'm just wondering, like, where we're gonna go with the back and forth of just the repetition of the same claims and without any actual like objective support or moving the argument forward. Like, I'm of the opinion that size doesn't matter. It matters so little that it's like statistically insignificant. So that's my position. And I've explained why. I've offered like an objective. I've demonstrated that logically. Now, anyone is welcome to like offer a logical rebuttal or refutation to what I've said, but they're going to have to continue with guys like Horace Gracie, who was not a big guy, but he whooped a lot of big guys back in the early days of UFC sort of stuff, back when you had to get those videotapes almost on the black market because they were so brutal and everything that they weren't readily available in, normal, video stores and stuff. How Horace Gracie, that little fella, would, if he got a hold of your pinky finger, he would climb you like a pine tree or a palm tree and choke you down. I don't care how big you were. They're gonna have to deal with that. Me, think about my personality, fellas. Think about my personalities. How many times I've been in scraps. Okay, I mean, so I'm also speaking from experience. The little dude, the big dude, that doesn't necessarily matter. So, you know, that's what I'm looking for, like an objective, logical
do you
argument
feel like
moving forward.
Challenge? You're right. It doesn't necessarily matter. It's not always the deciding factor, but size matters.
Let me ask you this, Wade.
Are
Let me ask you this, Wade.
Are you going to interact with his examples at all, Wade? Or
when you have people of similar skill that are different in weight, different in size, the bigger is generally going to win if they're equal in skill. So most people, the vast majority of people, are not trained fighters. So the thing goes, if you put you put a 300-pound guy and a 200-pound guy in a room, who's going to win? Well, I'll tell you who's going to win. The trained fighter is going to win. But if they're both trained fighters, the 300-pound guy is going to have an advantage.
Well, so how come in most fights where it's the same skill level and it's the smaller guy?
Wicked. You know, Wade was taking on Dane's challenge there. I know, but you didn't really interact with his examples though, Wade. But Dane, is that sufficient, or you got a response to it?
Well, I mean, Wade, what are your general dimensions as a man? I know you're ugly, but other than that, what are your dimensions physically as a man, height and weight?
Your physique.
Right now, I'm 5'9".
You don't have to give your personal business if you don't want to. That's part's up to you.
That's fine. 5'9", 230.
Okay, so you're a decent sized guy. I mean, you're not real tall, but I think average in the USA is 5'10" actually. But whatever. So is it 5'7"?
No, average is actually my height. Average size 5'7".
Yeah.
Dang, there's a bunch of little bitty fellas out there. Okay, but
that's right.
Okay, wait.
We're gonna destroy you.
At your size, like my father-in-law is 5'2". If a 5'2" guy comes up to you trying to start some mess, are you going to be like, man, I'm going to have to look out for this fella? Or are you going to be like, man, this dude's a dwarf, man. This is like Keebler F.
And it's I know that I'm not a trained fighter. And I still, if a 5'2" guy comes up to me, there's going to be part of my head where I'm like, really, this little Keebler elf is gonna try to fucking say, like, what? What's this
and that's the part that's gonna get you fucked up.
Like, yeah, no, and that would get me messed up, and I know it. But so that's the inner monologue, right? Where I'm like, what the hell? This little 5 foot nothing gonna try to, But I know for a fact that if that dude knows how to fight, he's gonna clean my clock.
So what you're telling me right now is that feelings wise, you think you can win, but factually, you know that there is a possibility your size doesn't mean anything.
There is a possibility that my size doesn't mean anything. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you a question statistically, though. Let's say you got 50 guys that you're about to fight, Wade. Out of those 50, how many you think you're going to beat up versus how many you think will beat you up out of 50 guys that are 5'2"?
Well, one thing that I've learned in my lifetime is that the guys that can actually back up the shit that they're talking, the guys who actually know how to fight, the guys who really know what fighting's about, they aren't going to be the ones that are going to try to fight me. I get along well with guys that actually know that they're a good fighter because they aren't trying to prove something. So all other things being equal, the little limited amount of fighting skill that I have, I know that I could probably handle myself against guys that are littler than me for sure. And maybe guys that are my size. I haven't lost too many fights lately. I haven't been in too many fights lately.
I got a question. Can we at least admit in the animal kingdom the size matters a lot?
Yeah,
like you could typically that's a pretty good predictor of who's going to win and bears and
Vulcan,
tigers and lions. Can we take it out of human beings for a minute? Is that a common ground we can have?
Nope, absolutely not. Because a honey badger is one of the most dangerous animals on the earth.
No, but I'm talking about the same species. I'm talking about the same species fighting. No. I'm talking about a bigger honey badger versus a smaller honey badger, a bigger lion versus smaller lion, bigger tiger versus smaller tiger. Is it fair to say in that situation that the size matters?
I ain't agreeing to nothing.
I don't know. It'd be hard.
I thought you wanted to have a logical conversation. Dang, what happened? You just went on this whole rant about it, and now look at you.
Vulcan.
Now you're trying to compare animals to humans.
Vulcan. Here, I think it was.
I was trying to find a common ground.
I think it was Friday or Saturday, right? I went to get my hair and my beard trimmed, and the barbershop I go to, like, I can't say it's a black barbershop because the guys who recommended this barber to me, he came on stream one time, if you remember, a while back. The guys who recommended this barbershop to me was white guys. But I can say, as long as I've been going in there, I've never been anything but the only white guy in there. I know other white people go to this barbershop, but I ain't never seen them. I think they like the Loch Ness Monster or the Abominable Snowman or something. So I got there and it was packed, man. Every chair was full with the barbers and they had people in the chairs, and I'm sitting in the little waiting area out front, which I don't normally do. I'm usually going to sit in the barber chair and shoot the bull with them. But I'm sitting there, you know, I'm scrolling on my phone and everything. And there's this one dude, like, I don't know if he's red bone, but he kind of looks like it and everything. He's a barber. And they were talking about how women used to get married exceedingly younger than they do now. Like, my great-grandmother got married when she was 13 years old. So they were kind of talking about that kind of stuff, you know, and everything. And they were going back and forth about it. And this dude, his name's John and everything. And he said, man, he said, man, but man, that's crazy, man. Like, if some 13, 14-year-old girl gets married, what in the world is she going to do with like 9 or 10 inches? I looked up over the little partition wall. He kind of tall anyway. Looked up over the partition wall. I said, hey. He looked up at me and kind of smiled. He said, what? I said, hey. Don't forget to the white guy sitting in the waiting room, and we got feelings too, John. I said, it's bad enough it's raining outside, John. It's depressing enough. We don't need you talking about no 9 or 10 inches. What I want to know is where you getting them extra 4 or 5 inches at, John. That's what I told him. So my position is size don't matter, Vulcan. It's the skill of the fighter.
After that, I want to change my answer.
The whole time.
I'm still a little depressed. I'm talking about 9 or 10 inches, man. I don't know if y'all go to Walmart and buy all that or whatever, but, you know, I'm doing the best I can.
Well, yeah, I think we covered that one pretty well, fellas. That was a good one right there. So we got
and that's how you shut down a discussion.
So, like, I see this all the time. So what do y'all think about this one right here? It's a quote that gets brought up every now and again. Those who don't mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. Agree or disagree if you had to pick. And we'll start with you, Wade.
Why am I always the first one?
Because hey, I know you don't like being the second pick.
If you were to talk more, you'd be picked last.
Those who don't mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. It's situational. Oh, but if I had to pick, sure, I agree.
Those who don't matter.
Okay, and then okay, what about you, Wicked?
Those who don't matter and those who matter don't mind. What the fuck does that even mean?
Have y'all heard that saying before? Those who don't mind don't matter.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard that before.
Typically, when somebody's getting some type of flack online or whatever the case may be, their response is those who mind don't matter, and those who don't mind, those are the ones that actually matter. Basically, it's
so you're saying, like, is this like a if you don't care about my situation, then I want to kind of come after you to make you care about my situation, kind of thing.
We'll skip
Like
this
an
one if people
attention
aren't familiar
seeking.
with it. Are you familiar with it, T. Reason?
I'm
A little bit, yeah. I'm a little familiar with it.
Okay, yeah, we'll skip this one if people aren't really familiar with it. So
yeah, I'm not really familiar with that. I don't even know how to interpret that correctly. Like,
they're basically saying that the people who don't mind are the people that are important to them, and the people who are bothered by it are irrelevant.
about this one right here. I ain't familiar. So, Wicked, what's your thoughts on this one?
what's that say? Preach the gospel.
Preach the gospel at all
if
times.
necessary, use
If necessary,
words.
use words. Agree or disagree?
It would depend on the person you're talking to, really. I mean, if you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe in the gospel, preaching it to them would really mean nothing, because they're not going to come from the same perspective as you.
So you would say that's actually a really good question. But so you would say you
I
agree
would
or disagree?
disagree then.
Disagree? Wade?
I would disagree then.
So you would disagree with this. So preach the gospel at all times. If necessary, use words. That's a very common phrase. And you said you disagree with this phrase.
This is the first time I'm hearing this, so it's not that common. I guess I would disagree.
T. Reason?
Man, I kind of agree, but then I kind of disagree. So it's like, it's hard to choose a side on this one.
Which one's 51% or more?
I agree. I kind of agree a little more because I think that's how you should live your life. You know, I think your life should be an example of that. So,
okay.
So I would say agree.
So, Wiki, you're saying you disagree. Wade?
Yeah, I say disagree.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and break down why you disagree.
So I would say, how do you make a theological argument to somebody who doesn't believe in what you say? You're not going to be able to connect with that person to make them understand what you're saying if you can't start at a common ground.
Pearls before swine.
So it's just kind of hard for me to be like, it's kind of like the same reason
let me
people.
First, because I want to talk about what you're talking about right now, Wicked, because that seems like a more even a juicier conversation I want to get in. But just everybody understands where this is kind of used. So this says preach the gospel at all times, if necessary, use words. So this phrase is typically meant, mantra, cliche, whatever you want to call it. It's typically meant to mean like your main way of preaching the gospel is with your lifestyle, the way you live. Use words when necessary, but the primary way you preaching the gospel is through your lifestyle. So it's saying you're always preaching the gospel the way you live your life, and when necessary, use your words.
Okay, see, that part I could agree with because I mean, if you're gonna preach a certain thing, you should live that thing that you preach, because otherwise nobody's gonna take you seriously. So I could agree if you put it that way. Just reading what it says, that would just be like preach the gospel at all times, no matter who you're talking to, is kind of how I interpret that the way it's written. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard because it's for the example of, if a lot of people have an argument on whether marriage should or shouldn't be, whether you should or should not get married. If you are a theological person, then you believe in marriage. If you're not theological, there is zero benefits or zero reason without theology that you could give for being married. So it's kind of hard to argue with somebody who doesn't have the same theology as you to even argue that point. So that's the only reason I would kind of hesitate on that.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of resisting the urge to want to dive into that good topic that you're bringing up, just because it's something I would love to talk about. Wait, what about for you on this? You gave your answer.
Yeah, and now that you explained it more, I think I'm on the other side as well. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Some people don't want to hear the gospel, and and to put another phrase from the Bible. You know, it's like putting pearls before swine. So, and I know you know that one. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you should live what you're preaching for sure. I understand following it up, and that's, you know, if necessary, use words. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll agree. It doesn't like make me jump up and down or anything, but yeah, I'll agree.
Got you. What T-Reason, about you?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's the way you should live your life. So obviously, if that's the way, the deeper meaning behind it, I'm glad these fellas are able to change their position on it, because obviously that's something that's how we should be living. You know what I mean? Obviously, it says if necessary, use words. So the way you're living your life is already going to be that example. So it's not always necessarily you arguing with somebody and disagreeing with them whether they want to hear about the gospel or not. You're living your life in such a way that they see it without you putting it in their face, or without you opening up the door to a conversation that they might not be ready to have. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have those conversations, because, you know, I think about when I was a kid and my mom used to tell me to clean my room. You know, I didn't want to hear it, but it was still something I needed to do. So, you know, there's things in life, you know, part of our personal responsibility. We may not want to hear about it, but, you know, we got to do it anyway. So, and I also think that when it comes to the gospel, you have to plant seeds here and there. You know what I'm saying? So you plant the seed, you maybe come back and sow it later, or maybe somebody else does, but at least you planted that seed and you gave your standpoint. You're not going to always agree with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it might take them a day or two for what you said to them to make sense. You know, you might say something to somebody who's an atheist or a non-believer, but, you know, a week down the road, or a year down the road, the light bulb comes on and they're like, you know what, that one guy that told me that one thing about God, you know, maybe I need to look more into that, or maybe he was right about what he said, or maybe I need to be more open-minded to it. So, you know, I think you definitely should.
So I'll say for me that I disagree with it. And the reason why I disagree with the message is because I think what it's doing is it's conditioning people in the wrong direction. It's making the gospel a way you live, and secondarily words. I'd rather it say the opposite. If it would say, you know, preach the gospel at all times, and if necessary, show people by the way you live. Because most of the people that we're going to interact with in this world, they're never going to see how you live. Whether it's us on this podcast right now, people that you're at work with, that you see here and there, the mailman, all this other kind of stuff. Most folks are never going to see your life. The only way they're going to know that you live the gospel is by you literally walking up to them and telling them the gospel, regardless of how they're going to respond to it. And so I think this, in some ways, just kind of anesthetizes people into going, well, you don't have to do the uncomfortable thing of using your words and risking them hating you. You can just live a good life. And if it's necessary, use the words. But I would say the words are absolutely necessary at all times. For people seeing your lifestyle, that's going to be a very small percentage of people that we actually interact with that are going to actually be able to see your lifestyle and see it enough to where they would go, that's something different. That's a Christian thing. That's very few people.
Well, so without showing, how would they know?
So
go ahead.
Just without showing, how would they know that what your words are actual truth? How do you know that what you're speaking is the actual truth and your interpretation of the word is actual truth?
So I mean, the way I would answer that question is that, you know, and this goes to previous topics we've had before, is that you were good over there, Wade?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I would say, I saw you get close to the camera, but yeah. So what I would say to that is this: the gospel in the Bible is a savor of life unto life for those who are being saved, and it's a savor of death unto death to those who are perishing. The gospel has two purposes. It saves those who are going to be saved, and it condemns those who will not be saved. So it's meant to serve those dual purposes. So when you tell somebody the gospel, to the people who are God's elect people who, when they hear the gospel, it's going to make sense to them, that's out of our control. That's just the message God has chosen to awaken them. And that's why it says to the Greeks, it's foolishness. To the Jews, they seek signs. To the Greeks, the gospel was foolishness to them. And it says the Greeks seek wisdom. And just like Jesus coming in on a donkey, Jesus not being King David, Jesus being mocked and whipped and beaten and made fun of. That is not what people would imagine would be the savior. So I would think people who view it that way, that's how they're going to view it. They're going to see it as, it doesn't make sense to me.
I would argue the contrary, because it says right there, if necessary, use words. So I think that the fact that it says that captures those moments, that doesn't relieve them of actually having to speak or having to say something. It says if necessary. So any situation where
it's always necessary is what I'm saying. I'm saying
and if it's always necessary, then that means that's covered when it says if necessary, use words, because if it's always whenever that situation necessary means that it's capturing those moments where it's necessary. If it's always necessary, then use words.
Oh,
but then,
shit.
but then that would be a truism.
Hold on a second. Now that I'm actually rereading it, the sentence actually the way it actually reads is that your actions are what show. When it says preach the gospel at all times, it's your actions are what is showing. And if your actions use words to show what the gospel is, if your actions are not being shown, is actually, if I kind of read into that a little bit, would that be incorrect into what you're kind of saying there, Vulcan?
Yeah, what I'm saying, I'm saying that it's saying that the gospel being preached is your lifestyle.
Yeah, that's your lifestyle. So when it says preach the gospel at all times, which means is live your life to the way the gospel is. And if anybody questions you, then you use your words, because your actions obviously aren't enough. So then you need to use words to reinforce what your actions are.
Yeah, and I'm saying that our actions will rarely ever be enough.
I would have to disagree with that connection, because your life is not a preach. So to say preach the gospel at all times and then interpret that as your lifestyle, that is counterintuitive.
Well, it would. How? But how would you say that a person's actions are more valuable to you, or a person's words are more valuable to you?
I would say actions speak louder than words.
So then how is the sentence not saying when it preaches the gospel, showing your actions should be what should be? And if your actions aren't enough, then you use the word.
I don't think that actions are preaching. I don't think you can preach through actions.
How would that not be preaching? If you're going out and if you're following, if you're living your life, if your actions are living your life to the book, how is that not showing? If you wake up every day, if you pray, if you're going out helping people, if you're not doing all the things that the Bible says not to do, and you're doing the things, how is that actions not showing then?
Well, let me say this. 2 points to address what y'all are saying. One, I do agree with T Reason that your lifestyle is not preaching. So I'm taking it as metaphorical. When it says preach the gospel with your lifestyle, that's being metaphor, because obviously preaching means to proclaim something, right? So I mean, technically, obviously, so it's a metaphor, But the other point I want to make about this is that when it comes, I think I lost my train of thought. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, like my thing is when it says preach the gospel at all times. So preaching is an act of speaking. So
I remember what I was going to say now.
Okay, go for it.
What I was going to say is that the gospel is you're carrying somebody else's message. So if T Reason gave me a message to give to Wicked, I can't live that message out. I can't live the message out of T Reason, even whether it's true or not. Now, if I'm carrying my own message about like, hey, don't eat and don't drink and drive, whatever it is, I'm carrying my own message. And yeah, you want to see me living the message that I'm saying. But the gospel message is a message that God gave to humans to communicate to other human beings. And so that message is above and beyond. We could never actually live up to that message, but we don't really have to, because it's not, the message didn't originate with us. It's from somebody else. Just like when your parents say, hey, go tell your brother to come in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if I was the kind of kid who rarely came when my parents said, or like, let me use a different example. If your parents say, hey, go tell, say all three of us are blood brothers, and mom goes, hey, James, go tell, go Vulcan, go tell Wicked to clean his room. Even if my room is messy, I still got to tell you the message, because I don't get to pick and choose whether I can tell you the message or not. I yield the floor to y'all on that.
Yeah, but I
see
still
that.
think the if necessary part covers the necessary. Because as soon as you say if necessary and then you deem it necessary, that means use words. So I don't think it absolves you from actually using words. I don't think this statement would absolve anybody from using words. When it says if necessary, the moment you deem it necessary to do so, it's being deemed necessary. So then it says to use words. So I think there's times, like for example, what you guys were saying earlier was Wade was saying, you know, sometimes people don't want to hear about the gospel. Sometimes people don't want. Some people don't want to hear about, you know, faith and different things like that. So you don't want to harp on it to somebody that's not going to be listening to what you're saying. So that's why it says, if necessary, use words. So the moment you deem necessary to use words, it's necessary now. So it's telling you to do something. It's an action. It becomes an actionable statement at that point when it says, if necessary. Anytime it's deemed necessary, use words. It doesn't say use words sometimes, or it doesn't say you don't always have to use words. It says live your life as an example of the gospel. And then when those moments that are necessary, when you're talking to somebody or you're in close proximity to somebody, use words. And I think it's covered in that sentence. So from what I'm reading, if I'm just going based off what I'm reading, because I don't know I get it. I don't know what the backdrop of it being preach the gospel, meaning the way you live your life. I can't make that connection. I can only read the question and interpret the words in the question.
But I want to address this point that I hear. So we covered that question, y'all. So yeah, we could be done with that one. But I want to address something that you said, Wicked, earlier, because I hear it very commonly brought up. I've heard Cooley bring it up. I've heard Marquette, Devon Burton, and it's very common. Online, somebody will say, "Well, like if I'm having a conversation about God or whatever it is, I'm not going to use a theological point with somebody who doesn't share my same background because we don't have a common ground. They don't have. They're not bringing the same assumptions to the conversation that I'm bringing, or we don't have the same common ground to work with. You know, one thing that I think that people should look into is something that's called presuppositional apologetics, which addresses this exact point. You know, it was coined by a guy named Cornelius Van Til, but it is kind of what you're saying. But am I getting you right, Wicked, on that point? Like, 'cause I've heard a number of people bring that point up.
A little bit, because and again, like how you say with on Cooley, because I am a moderator for Cooley, and I see a lot in his chat, specifically in the chat between, you know, a bunch of random people, and it's not always the same person. It's when you try to have a theological basis, because they don't have the same beliefs as you, they're not open to the same ideas as you. So you then have to form your logic and your argument off of a non-theological basis in order to connect with the person.
Well, I would say this. There's typically, we're talking about apologetics here, you know, which is defending the faith, right? And there's generally three schools of thought on that. One is the classical apologetics, one is historical apologetics, and the other one is what's called presuppositional apologetics. If somebody were to hold to presuppositional apologetics, they would disagree with that. Right. And the reason is because what they would say is this: all arguments are question begging, all arguments bring certain assumptions into it. And so if you grant the person's assumption, you've already given up too much room. I heard somebody give this example. They said, let's say that you got this one horse town. It's a small town, a one horse town. And then this one horse town, you know, you got one police officer, you know, he drives a little, cop cop patrol car, or whatever it is. And let's say that there's this guy, he's the town drunk, and he gets a call like, "Oh, Willie's over here, drinking too much at the bar," whatever the case may be. And so the cop's like, you know what? Okay, cool. I gotta go pick up Willie. Probably needs to sober up. So he goes over there, picks up Willie, takes him to the police station or whatever, says he'll sober up and I'll just come get him in the morning. And so he takes Willie to the police station, goes home, gets some rest, wakes up early in the morning, on his way to the precinct, picks up his nice, finely pressed, ironed police uniform. And then he gets out, he goes in there, "Hey, Willie, hey, don't do this again, Willie, blah, 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 blah." And then Willie takes off. He says, "I'm gonna stay in the office and get some work done before I leave for the day," right? So he does that, and he goes, and so after he gets done doing his work, he goes outside and he sees that his police vehicle's gone. And he's like, what the heck is going on? He goes, probably some neighborhood kids took it, whatever. So he said, I'm gonna just take my bike. So he takes his little police bike and he starts rolling it. And all of a sudden, while he's rolling his police bike down the street, all of a sudden a cop vehicle pulls up behind him and go whoop, 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 whoop. And like, remember, it's only really him in this town. So he's trying to figure out, who is this pulling me over? And so he stops and out walks Willie with this finely pressed police uniform walking up to him. And so Willie walked up to him and said, hey, you're speeding. And he go and the police officer was like, what, speeding? And he goes, so this is how he separates the different types of apologetics or defending the faith. He goes, what most apologetic people will do, they'll start getting into the different facts and stuff from a common ground of logic on, how it can be true. So it would sound like, in a scenario, it would sound like this. Well, I mean, the speed limit is 35 miles per hour or 40, we'll say 40 miles per hour. And look at my little legs. My legs can't even, and the land speed record for a bike is 35 miles per hour, 37 miles per hour. So unless I'm breaking the record on, there's no way. So he's actually getting into a logical argument with Willie about why he's not, he can't be speeding, right? And he goes, that's what most people in apologetics do. They come up with all these logical reasons with somebody who's already given up reason to begin with. So he says, what you really should be doing is, hey, you got my uniform on and you got my cop car. Willie, what are you doing? Take my stuff off. You're going back to the precinct. And so what he would say is that whenever you try to argue logic and facts with somebody who's a fool, who's denying the existence of God, you've already given up your solid ground to stand on, and you've already accepted their presuppositions. He would say it's better for you to use your theological arguments because that's on your presuppositions because they're being foolish. Now, I'm not saying whether, I'm kind of explaining. And if you never really heard of presuppositional, it might not always make sense yet, but.
No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but I would
so they would
agree.
think, sorry. So let me say, let me use an example. So let me just connect it for the audience, not for you, but like, so for instance, to use logic itself, they would say, in order to use logic, you'd have to believe in God because God is an unembodied mind. God is the precursor or the ontological foundation of logic and math and stuff like that. Without God, there could be no reason, there could be no science. So they would say, if you're going to have a scientific debate with somebody who's denying that God exists, you're already granting their foolish presupposition that it's possible to be logical without God. So they would say, like, you've already given up ground. So their point, the people who believe in presuppositional apologetics would say, you as a believer should never do that because they're not going to give up their ground. They're going to want to use wear your uniform, basically. You wear your uniform of logic and reason that belongs to the person who believes in theology and argue with you. I
agree with, but I believe that the person from the other end is too stuck on their presupposition that they won't have a good faith debate to be open that your presupposition could be actually correct and they could be wrong.
I'm hearing you. I wasn't, two reasons you guys think you wanted to bring into it, or
so that's kind of why I think
that's an interesting concept because you can concede the battle before it even begins if you already allowing them to have the debate, a logical debate, without even acknowledging that God exists. So it's kind of a tug of war. It's kind of a mental thing when you think about it that way, and it does concede a lot of ground. And I think that's something that's not talked about enough and not understood enough among believers. And I think that's why we talk about, because when I was a kid, we talked about the Bible all the time. People would quote verses all the time. Now in my older age, I don't see people do that very often. And it's almost like they've conceded the battlefield as far as non-believers believing that they have the right of way of don't come in here Bible thumping and preaching and this and that and this and that. And you're conceding ground. You're pretty much conceding ground because this is the way that it's been for a long time. But now you're afraid to have that conversation. Because
they're saying that you're getting an argument with Willie about whether or not you're speeding instead of telling Willie to get out of your cop car and take his uniform off.
They're redirecting. Yeah, it's a redirection.
Yeah. So again, so that's something to look into because I know it's not it's not as common as the classical apologetics or historical apologetics, presuppositional. But that's something to look into because I think there is some good points in there, because one of the main things they have people do is justify, like you say, I want to argue with you about science. Well, justify science is based off of the law of uniformity, that the future will be like the past. Well, there's no way for us to know the future will be like the past, because the future is in the future. You know what I'm saying? We can never know that. So if somebody's arguing science with you, which is based off of the understanding that the future, they call the law of uniformity, the future will be like the past. But yet, if you're not, you don't believe in God, then if you're just a naturalist, you shouldn't have any real confidence that the future will be like the past, because you've only ever lived in the past and in the present. We've never seen the future before. So how could you know? Now they would say, well, as a Christian, we believe the future will be like the past because the Bible teaches the future will be like the past. And God is the author of science, because God knows all things. They would say science means to know. God knows all things. To be with knowledge, science. Your conscience. Science is conscience. CONSC, right? You're spelling science. To be with knowledge. God knows all things, so God can say, well, this is what it is and this is what it's not. So one thing they would ask people, they would say this. They would say, they walk up to an atheist and say, is it possible that what you know could be wrong? And then a lot of them will say, yeah, it's possible that what I know could be wrong, or everything I know could be wrong, right? And they would say, well, if everything you know could be wrong, that means you don't know anything, because knowledge by definition is justified true belief. You can't know something and it be wrong. It's impossible. So they would say that don't give the atheist that position to start off with.
That one up on you,
the one up with, because they can't, anything they're going to use to debate you, they can't even justify it even exists. Whether it's logic, whether it's math, there are atheists who don't believe math exists, because math is an abstract thing, and they're naturalists. So if they're naturalists, they believe the only thing that exists is within time, space, and matter. And math isn't in time, space, and matter. Logic isn't in time, space, and matter.
There's some people who have arguments that time doesn't exist now. So.
So the thing is, so they will be using mathematical arguments with you or logical arguments with you, and be like, oh, you don't even believe logic exists. So why am I arguing with somebody using logic to try to appeal to you and find a common ground? Well, you don't even believe that logic actually exists, because logic, you can't put logic in a beaker. It's not affected by time. It's not made out of matter. You see what I'm saying? So I just was saying that because I hear that brought up a lot of times. I'm not saying it's wrong to say it, but I do think people should think about what's called, again, presuppositional apologetics by Cornelius Van Til.
I agree with that. I was going to say, I agree with that, but I just believe that the person who's already in that position isn't open to your position. They are stuck in their ways, and their presupposition is what it is, and there's no chance that they could be wrong, no matter how many things you bring up to them which are valid or actual facts. You know what I mean? I just believe they don't come from a good faith position to begin with.
Yeah. So some people would say it's better to call them out on their bad faith than to actually engage the argument.
Yeah, and that's the start. That's the starting
I can agree
point.
with that.
Yeah,
I can agree with that.
And so for me, I enjoy all three different types: classical, historical. One of my favorite, scholars who I think is probably I've never seen him actually lose a debate is Dr. William Lane Craig. He's a Christian philosopher. I've never even seen him lose a debate against atheists before. I never seen him lose. He's debated Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris.
Is that older white guy with the kind of little 80s Grease style hair? Gray. I would say he's older, but he doesn't look old, but he's not like Richard Dawkins looks old, right? Richard Dawkins, he's not. Yeah, no. I would say he's definitely older than us. He's definitely older than me.
Sure. He's definitely
older than me. Not like 80s, 90s old, but I would say like 60s, maybe something like that.
Yeah, I would imagine he's in his 60s for sure. But he's debated Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris. He's prominent.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he uses more classical, maybe historical apologetics, but there's a really good guy to check out. There's a guy named Greg Bonson. He was an epistemologist. On the show, we talk about epistemology. This guy was an epistemologist for a living, and his name was Dr. Greg Bonson, and he debated a guy named something Stein or something like that, and he used the presuppositional apologetics. If you haven't checked it out, it'll be real eye-opening to see this guy's material. you know, because it could shed light on a new way to view debating people on, you know, whether the Bible's true or God exists, whatever it is, you know, like he had a really good stance on. He had passed away, unfortunately, but yeah, it was really cool. So y'all, what's y'all's thoughts on that? Like, that's something I wanted to bring up, and I forgot about it till just now, till you said it. But
no, I think it's I think it's very good to understand that. I think that's a very powerful concept, and I haven't given it too much thought. You just now opened my eyes to something that is very pivotal when you're having these types of conversations. What type of ground you give up in the beginning dictates where it's going to end up. You know what I'm saying? So, because that type of conversation is heavily leveraged. It's a heavily leveraged conversation.
Yeah.
And
well,
if you're
would you think? Sorry, but would you think that giving up some kind of ground in the beginning will lead to a better result in the end to kind of find a common space? Not always. I'm not saying always. I'm not saying always, because nothing will ever be in a monolith. But I do feel like if you do give up some ground in the beginning, it can lean them a little bit more towards actually wanting to understand where you come from. Kind of like a give and take poll.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes and no, because it depends on the individual. Some individuals believe in the give and take. Some individuals
100%,
they only want to steamroll. So you gotta you gotta
I will agree with that.
You gotta
I will agree with that.
You gotta kind of fill out the type of person you're talking to and where the conversation is going, whether you can concede that or not. I wouldn't do that 100% across the board.
No. I'll agree with that. I mean I'm not gonna argue. There's no point to argue with you on that point.
But I think
everything
also
always comes down to the person at the end of the day. Whenever you're trying to argue something,
when you know someone's not operating in good faith, you should start there and call them out on it. And I think that's a very good starting point, because that can turn the tide. First of all, we gotta both agree that we're open to the conversation. It can't just be open on my end and then close on your end.
Yeah, because like
I'll agree to that.
Yeah. One other example that's a little bit, I guess, maybe easier to grapple with intellectually, because we may hear it more often, is like people that are moral relativists. You might get an argument about whether something's right or wrong with somebody who's a moral relativist, don't even believe that right or wrong actually exists. But that might be like, you see slavery's bad and evil and all this. I'm just like, hold on. So you believe that there's objective morality?
Caroline,
they'll be like, no, I don't believe in objective morality. Then what do you mean by it's wrong?
People that are examples of that. Yeah.
So why am I going to argue with somebody about something's right or wrong that they don't even believe that right and wrong is a real thing? You see what I'm saying?
And I think that's also another interesting thing, because people don't know those types of people exist. Because I remember when I was younger, I thought everybody was searching for right and wrong. And then I hit a roadblock when I started discovering some people they can argue.
I learned that when you on TikTok, when you go talk to anybody on TikTok, it don't matter whether they could be wrong, know they're wrong, and still going to argue about their wrongness, knowing that they're wrong.
At least with those people,
be wrong with their whole chest. I'm like, man, you wrong, and you know you're wrong, but you talking like you right. And I'm like,
well, at least with those people, they may actually believe it's a real thing. But the thing is, there are people, especially in the more intellectual communities, the philosophical intellectual communities. Like Alex, what's his name? Alex, so white guy from like Britain or something like that. He's got a real popular show. He used to be called Cosmic something, but Alex O'Connor. Alex O'Connor is he's a agnostic / atheist, whatever how you want to call him. But like he'll say, he doesn't believe morality is a real thing. So if he's saying, hey, this is something, a travesty happens in people's lives morally, right? People get blown up or whatever. He would say, when I say that's wrong, what I'm really saying, boo, I don't like that. He said that's when somebody's saying something's morally wrong.
I've heard that argument before. Yeah, it's a kind of scary argument, but it is very.
That's what we are, and intelligentsia. That's where a lot of young people are being raised into that mindset when they go to college campuses. Stuff like they're being told that the relative and nobody can say who's right or wrong or what's right or wrong. Everybody's opinion. It's all just opinion, and if it's all just opinion, it's not objective. And if it's not objective, then
boundless parameters.
Yeah, somebody can say that PDF files are good. Somebody can say that PDF files are bad, and who can judge them? That's what we're going.
Okay, so are you really gonna have a moral?
But I would start with killing. I would start with killing. I would say, is it okay to kill bugs? Is it okay to kill animals? Is it okay to kill humans?
Killing or murder, two different things.
Is it okay for me to kill you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's the conversation I would have with somebody like that. I would go to something where they would have to finally agree that it's wrong. You see what I'm saying? And the minute they say it's wrong,
you would have to establish a difference between killing and murder before you could even do any of that.
Why?
Because there's a difference between killing and murder.
So you think that killing is justifiable? So you're going with the justifiable.
I think murder is justifiable. I think killing is not justifiable.
Well, that's why I said if I kill. That's why I said kill. So if killing,
that's what I'm saying. But you would have to find out what that person's position is before you can.
Did you mean the reverse, or do you mean it that way? Because typically, killing like a lion. A lion kills a zebra, but we don't say a lion murdered the zebra.
Other way around.
Okay,
I apologize. Yeah, other way around. Killing would be justified. Murder would be unjustified.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, other way around. Yeah, that's I meant that the other way around.
But
it's like 2:00 in the morning almost. Give me a break.
But then once they start specifying the difference between murder and kill, that's when they know that some sort of an act can be wrong. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that's why. So that's why I would wait for them to start justifying that, and then I would say, okay, well now you understand their right and wrong does exist.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Well, I mean, I can be the devil's advocate. I've heard enough of it to be able to do it. If you think that would be a good point.
Yeah. But, so then I would say, well, is it okay for me to kill you?
Okay, in what sense? It's illegal. Is that what you mean? It's illegal.
No. How would you feel about it personally?
Well, if I was dead, I wouldn't feel anything if I was gone.
Okay, but in the moment you know it's about to happen, would you want me to stop, or would you want me to keep going?
I prefer you to stop, just like I prefer you to wear a different color shirt. Yeah.
Okay, so the fact that
or get some different braids.
You don't think the fact that you prefer that makes it wrong? You don't think that that's a common preference amongst all humans? Well,
but then we're getting into what's the term for this one?
But that's what determines what's right or wrong, the common preference.
There's a term for that. What is it called? When people go whatever the general consensus is.
Yes.
Like so they'll typically bring up an situation.
But you don't even need a general consensus, because I'm not saying that I have to put all these people in the same room and ask them at the same time. I'm saying you can ask people individually. And you can go one.
Yeah, but you're basically saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, because if everybody says that grape is good, then everybody would think that grape is good, whether you think it's bad or not.
But everybody wouldn't, though. But the reality is
it would automatically be good.
But the difference
is,
but that's subjective.
No,
I'll give the example that's typically used to counter that.
The killing is consistent. The grape will have inconsistencies. As soon as you start having
killing,
how, where would it
because there are plenty of people who think that when the Bible says, "Oh, thou shalt not murder" or "thou shalt not kill," it means the same thing. There are people who think that killing and murder mean the same thing.
Regardless of whether they don't, there's a moment in time where you specify it's wrong. So the moment you justify,
there's a difference. But if they don't think that there's a difference, how do they know which one is right, which one is wrong? Because they're both the same thing.
I mean, obviously,
we think that there's a difference. We think there's a difference.
Killing all throughout the Bible.
But you're using a theological argument against somebody who doesn't use theology as their basis.
That's where you.
They think that it's the same thing.
My original argument is in the moment that I'm about to kill you, that feeling that you have is what defines it as wrong. It doesn't matter what the Bible says or what any scripture says. That moment of opposition where you don't want to die, that's what makes it wrong. And that would be consistent upon anybody you ask. It doesn't matter.
But what if I interpret it as right? But what if I was to interpret somebody killing you as right?
It's no what.
Well, if you were okay, well, let's say you were trying to attack Vulcan and try to kill him, and then he killed you in the process of you trying to kill him. I would say he's right in killing you.
And that's fine. That's not what.
I'll say this.
What I'm arguing is killing is wrong. But
to your point, there are people.
But that's why I said killing and murder are different.
There are people who
would
delight in somebody trying to take them out. So if somebody was trying to take somebody out, some people would delight in that.
Who are this? Is there an example that you can think of where someone took delight in someone trying to take them out?
Well, I'll give an example. The first one that came to my mind was, I don't know if you've ever seen the series Injustice, Gods Among Us. But
and even an example is the guy who killed what's his name, who killed the insurance company CEO guy. There were people who think he's justified in killing the CEO company
I'm
of an
not
insurance
saying that
company
you can't have
because
a justifiable killing. That's not what I'm saying.
no. But there are people who think it's justified, and there are people who think it's not justified. So
Right,
that's just an example
So
to give you.
No, and those examples are fine, but that doesn't apply to what I'm talking about. So I'm not saying that there's not a killing that can take place that's not justified. There's obviously reasons we go to war for different reasons, and we defend our families for different reasons. Somebody come into my home and with murderous intent, I'm gonna take them out.
So they're called a masochist. So masochists,
yes,
yeah, those are people who like get pleasure out of pain being inflicted upon them. So let's say you were gonna like assault somebody, right? They wouldn't get that feeling you're referring to reason that you're saying justifies it, being wrong. They would actually get a good feeling about it.
That's
make it
actually
right?
like CNC would be a good example of that.
So would that make it right?
So then I would ask them, do they
If you
think
don't
everybody
understand-
should go around killing people? And do they think that murder should be the first?
No, what I'm asking you, was that justify the assault? Because obviously one of us walking up and assaulting somebody wouldn't be right, because you're saying the reason it wouldn't be right because they have a feeling right before they're about to be assaulted, like they wouldn't want to be assaulted, right? So I'm saying, what if that person was like, yeah, assault me? Would it be okay then?
Well, I mean, it probably would, because it's accepted. If it's accepted,
because
when you're in mutual agreement of something, I think when you're in mutual agreement of something, even if it's physical harm, I don't know that it can justifiably be wrong. So
do you think so? So are you telling me that CNC behavior between men and women is okay? And if you don't know what CNC is, that's consensual CNC is consensual, non-consensual. So that's people who have role play of like being raped or being raped, and they actually go through the act, and it's a consensual, non-consensual act.
I've even heard stories where women pay guys, and they'll go into an agreement and they'll sign an NDA saying
that's a CNC.
That I want
consensual,
you to
non-consensual.
Late at a time when I don't know it's going to happen, and you kidnap me, take me into a room and have your way with me. I don't see anything wrong with that, because it's agreed upon. If somebody agrees to something, whether it be something that bothers me or something that I'm uncomfortable with, I would be an acceptance of it because it was something that was agreed upon.
So let me ask you this question. You let's say you have two kids, and let's say you have two kids, but now they're 18 years old, and you walk into a room and one of your kids is pulverizing the other kid, pulverizing them. And then you go, hey, I'm assuming you're a good dad. You're gonna be like, hey, what are you doing? Stop, we don't do that to each other, right? And then one of your kids is like, no, I told him it's okay.
Well, that's a little bit different, because I feel like parents have the final say. So
no, but I'm saying they're 18. They're already 18
that's
or older.
the same thing. That's
I still feel like you still have the final say. So even after 18, I still think that those are your children, and if you raise them right,
but that's still CNC.
That's kind of my point, is that you would still override that, even if
there's an exception. That's a parent-child relationship. That's a very unique relationship. So within the confines of that unique relationship, I would say the rules don't apply, or the rules are different. The rules are different. So now I don't want my other child to be harmed. So now it's something I'm not in agreement with. So they may be in agreement, but
you say you're gonna say, hey, just don't do it around me.
So I'm saying my agreement overrides their agreement because I am the parent now. You see what I'm saying?
That's gonna raise a lot of issues. If you're
they would have to come to me first and say, Dad, hey, we're thinking about going into the other room and pulverizing each other. Are you going to be okay with it? If they don't run it by me and I walk it in, I'm snatching both of them apart and making it impossible for them to continue to assault. You see what I'm saying?
So then it's not okay. So that's not okay to do.
Because they didn't get agreement from everybody involved. They need my agreement also. My agreement matters too.
But you're just saying, but why would your agreement matter when it has to do with them? What are you the one involved in?
I'm making an
but Vulcan's example is this person is 18 years old, they're an adult, you have no say in anything that they do legally. It doesn't matter whether you're the parent or not. It means nothing at the age of 18 years old. So what you're saying is like it's okay for them to do it, but unless I feel like it's not okay, then it's not okay.
Like I said, I'm the parent, so I still have a say. Those are my
It
children.
doesn't matter. They are
So would you tell
18
them it's
years old. They
wrong,
are
or would you
adults.
tell them you don't like it? Would you just say, "Hey, it's wrong"?
There's two
I
different
prevent
things.
it outright. I prevent it.
No, I'm
outright.
not. I get all that. I get you prevented, but my question
And then
is,
I'm gonna talk to them. You know, I'm gonna have that discussion. I'm gonna say, hey, you know, you guys shouldn't want to physically harm each other. You should want the
we
betterment.
shouldn't
of each other.
like
So-
they're like
Yeah,
dad. I'm like they're like so.
So it's okay to do unless you feel like it's not okay to do.
No, I'm gonna go back to scripture. That's when I'm gonna start reading scripture to them, and I'm gonna say, what does the Bible say? It ain't about what I'm saying. It's about what God said at that point.
What if they don't? What if they don't follow the Bible?
Tough. They're gonna
So my point.
So what you're saying is that your feelings override everything.
So I want to walk up through what just happened right
there's
here.
still going to be certain things they're going to have autonomy over. But me watching one of my children be physically pulverized and assaulted, that's not something that I'm in agreement with. So now that's when I say my agreement matters. Because
so you're gonna say just don't do it around you?
For the most part, yeah.
So you don't mind if you don't care if they do it, just don't do it around you.
I mean, I wouldn't like them to do it when I'm not around, but there's not much I can do.
Would it be wrong if they did it when you weren't around?
I think so.
So,
of course,
I think so.
And but let me say this. This is I'm gonna give you the historical example of this, right? So people use Germany during the Holocaust as an example of this. When they were exterminating these people, it was illegal. They didn't do anything illegal, right? So what happens is when these people, when they were exterminating all these different kind of people and stuff like that, they did everything legally, did everything by the book, all that kind of good stuff. So when these officers of this particular regime were found in South America and stuff like that, the world courts would prosecute them. And so when these guys were on trial, they would say, well, we didn't do anything wrong. We were following orders. We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't do anything illegal. Where we were from, this was a good thing to do. This was the right thing to do where we're from. It was called the Nuremberg trials. The response that they were giving was there is a law above our law, and you violated that. So they said, even though what you were doing in your country was okay to do, was right to do in your country, it was still wrong to God. So it's wrong no matter what. And that was their defense against it. So they hung those people or whatever they did to get rid of those people who were part of that regime. And it kind of goes to what you're saying, T-Reason, in the sense of I'm going to go to the Bible. Because even though they're 18, even though they're okay with it, at the end of the day, I still say it's wrong.
I still think God's rules override man's rules. So, you know, that's
so then the population didn't matter. The feeling didn't matter anymore. Right?
Right.
There we go.
I mean, but it still shows the parameters are there. It still defines right and wrong. The parameters are still there.
Okay, so T-Reason, back in the day, everywhere around the world, slavery was acceptable. So does that mean slavery was okay?
What does the Bible say?
I mean, according to the Bible, there were rules and regulations to how you treated your slave. So
okay,
so does that mean it's okay?
I mean, that's where morality.
Think about it.
That's where morality comes into play. So then you got to say,
I'm trying to test your logic right now. I'm trying to see if you're going to be consistent here.
So my logic would be do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So if you're not comfortable being a slave, don't make somebody else be one.
Doesn't answer the question.
I mean, that's my answer. I don't think slavery is okay. I don't think it's justifiable, especially not in modern day today. So it's not something that I would be like, well, it's accepted here, or was it? And see, that's why it was accepted at a period in time when it's no longer accepted. You see what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask you this. We didn't cover some of this stuff. Any of this stuff y'all want to cover before we close it out? This one right here was one of them. Because it's come up so many different times. Is it reasonable to not celebrate a holiday because of pagan origins?
I think that's a good question.
It's another one right here. So I'm just going to put them up on the screen. Y'all tell me which one y'all would want to cover. Should followers of the Bible judge other people's personal relationship with God?
I think we've done that before. We did that one like 2 or 3 shows ago. I remember that one specifically.
And then is it wrong for a white guy to have the desire to say the N-word?
For that one. That's a good question. I think we should save that one for.
We've said that one plenty of times. Tiger was on that panel for that one.
Last time it was, is it wrong? Now we're focused on the desire part of it.
So right or wrong is one thing.
Oh, desire. Oh, okay. So yeah, the desire part. I mean, to desire it is a little weird to me.
Yeah, and then
that part's a little weird.
And it's based off a video. I didn't do it because once Freshly leaves, I'm not playing videos anymore. But it was actually a video where a white guy's talking about it. So I probably wouldn't do that one anyway because I don't have the video to show for it. But the other one is, what is religious belief? I'm not going to
deny that there is some white guy trying to find a reason to find.
Oh, this white guy is very bold about the fact he wants to say it. Like, I want to say it. Like and so that's why I was going to play the video and then do it.
He's itching to say it. He got
So this one is. So the other one is, what is religious belief that you think most people on the panel would disagree with you with? That's would disagree with. That's one probably ought to wait for a bigger panel for that kind of a thing. But
we need a bigger panel for that. Listen, but for that first one is like
this one.
It's like what was it? No, when you go back to like the guy who desires to say the N-word or whatever, it's like when you tell a little kid for the first time that he's allowed to say a curse word. You know what I mean? And he's been waiting to say that word. You ever see those videos where the mom is like, she puts the video, okay, I'm gonna walk away, and you're allowed.
Oh, and they start
to say one curse word and it'll be okay. You're not going to get in trouble. And they just start going ham, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think of when I see that question.
The inflection, the energy, like.
So yeah, we probably got to wait for.
We need a bigger panel
for this one right here. Like,
I think that's a good one.
This one kept popping up on my feed.
Yeah.
So I was like, people really are.
I think about this one a lot, actually.
To me, I'm surprised. I made this argument numerous times on the show, and I don't know why.
I feel like we've had this one before.
We've covered it a few times. It always pops up every year with whether it's Thanksgiving, Valentine's Day, Halloween.
I remember
Christmas.
What's his name? DJ D was on for this question specifically. I remember
it was a variation of this question. It wasn't this.
That's something. It wasn't the specific question, but it was definitely.
We started talking about
like.
I
remember that. I totally remember
4th of July. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes. Because he brought up. Yeah.
He definitely did bring it up, but
he brought up that
more pertaining to the 4th of July, not.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I feel like there was something that was along these
what's the
lines of questioning.
What's the best argument y'all have heard for people saying it's reasonable to not celebrate a holiday because of its pagan origins? What's the best argument you've heard?
Well, my argument would be because I don't think you should celebrate pagan holidays. I think paganism is something that's bad for us as a society. I think it can be very immoral and degenerate behavior. So I think that when you're being misled, I think a lot of times, especially nowadays, that's the heaviest thing that I see is we're being misled as a people. We've got.
Hold on, I'm focused on the argument. I'm focused on the argument.
So if you want to go with that argument, what you're saying, so are you saying that you shouldn't celebrate a thing because of the origin of the thing?
I'm saying that we need to be mindful of it, and when we find the origin to be something we shouldn't be celebrating, we should stop.
So how about the N-word? How about when black people call each other the N-word? The origin of it.
So then we understand the reasoning why they continue it. Is to take
the origin of it. It doesn't matter. The origin of it. Your argument is.
So it doesn't
the origin.
apply across. It doesn't apply. There's always exceptions to the rule, and the N-word is one of those exceptions because we got to look at the origin of the word.
How convenient.
And then
that's very convenient.
It's just the way it works. I mean, I don't make the rules. I don't control the weather. I just report the news. So
that's very convenient, though.
Like with the N-word, if you're trying to say, well, once we discover the origin, we knew the origin, but then we said, what can we do? We have to embrace it to take the power out of it. So when you
would that not be the same thing to a pagan holiday? Is the origin of it, you want to take away from it and embrace something different compared to Christmas, Easter, and all the other things? What's the difference?
I think God's word would tell us how he feels about paganism and pagan holidays, and I think he would tell us not to partake. I think he would tell us not to.
So do you think God would partake? Would you think God would partake in black people calling each other the N-word?
I don't know. That's not something that's clearly expressed or outlined in the Bible. I don't know.
So let me say this right here.
The origin of the word.
So my thing with the whole with the pagan origin thing, and
the origin is actually the word king. So I mean, it's actually not a bad origin when you think about the origin of the word.
Oh,
is that a cat?
Yeah, it's my cat.
Yeah,
freaking out right now. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, because he is hearing me talk about the origin of a powerful word.
So the thing is, when it comes to the pagan origins, the thing is that the issue with paganism is the fact that it's worshiping a false deity, not the actual things that they're doing.
And that's what I'm saying. I think God specifically said not to worship false deities.
Yeah. So my point is saying if somebody were to do what the pagans do physically, but they're not actually doing it to a false god, then it's just things that people do. Like yoga, for instance, or whatever it is. If you're not doing it to a false deity, then you're not doing it to a false deity. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I think people think that if you do what a pagan did that worship the false deity, you're doing pagan worship. But you can't accidentally worship something. You have to worship is an intentional act.
I mean, that would go back to the same thing as the 4th of July argument. If you're just going through all the motions, but you're not actually celebrating the meaning of it, are you celebrating the 4th of July? That goes back to that same argument.
I still think it's a slippery slope. I think you're too aligned or too adjacent.
Yeah, but how can it be okay one way and not okay the other way?
What
when it's literally the same thing. So you're saying like when he's talking about, okay, well, don't celebrate for the deity part. And you're talking about like, okay, well, you can celebrate 4th of July, but you're not celebrating the deity, but you're still celebrating 4th of July.
There's no deity involved. I think the deity being involved is the part that makes it a slippery slope.
Right. So you can still celebrate. So you can still celebrate something without originating to the origin of what it is. You could be celebrating for a different reason.
Deity still receiving some form of worship.
Well, let me try it this way. Can somebody
slippery slope?
Let's say can somebody do things that Christians do and they're actually worshiping the real God without knowing it? That's not somebody who's not a Christian.
Atheists do that all the time with their morals. They follow our moral guideline, but
we wouldn't say they're worshiping God, though. I don't think we would say they're worshiping God.
Correct, but they're following the moral guideline of God and agreeing with his morals. So why would you not?
No, I'm with you on that. I definitely would say that's what they're doing. But I wouldn't say
it's a slippery slope. That's
because we're gonna say, you know, that you're worshiping paganism. Then we'd have to say on the flip side, if somebody's doing the things Christians do, even if they're atheists, we'd say you're worshiping God right now.
Well, so I think there's a difference between following the structure of something to the T or just celebrating the like if you celebrate the holiday of Christmas of what it's projected as compared to the meaning behind it, I think are two different things. Because your intention is meant towards something else. So you could be celebrating the thing, but your intention towards the thing is not what it is meant as in prior. It's not, you know what I mean? It's something different.
As far as with paganism, I think you can be doing something with a certain level of intent, right? Where I'm just celebrating the holiday. I'm not celebrating the deity, but then you might, without knowingly doing so, celebrating the actual intent. You can unintentionally.
You said celebrating the intent,
like the deity. Like you can unintentionally, like it might be your intentions not to. You might be intending not to, because you're not even thinking that way, but you might be too close proximity of doing something without realizing that's what you're doing. Like you could be doing it without realizing that's what you're doing. That's where I think you gotta, because you might have the intent of not doing something, but you are doing it.
So you're saying somebody can unintentionally worship the true God?
I think that could happen. I think that's a possibility.
It probably can.
It's a possibility. I mean, like,
Can
like
somebody give me a scenario? Can I hear a scenario?
I'll give you an example. Say you're not say it's like your first time in church. You're going through the motions and you're singing the songs, you're saying the prayers, you're doing all the things. You're literally doing everything. You might not have the intention to worship God, but what you're doing is actually worshiping God.
I would say that from a biblical standpoint, God would not accept that. He would not consider that worship.
I don't think God would accept it, but I think if other people were to see that, they would interpret it that way.
No, so like we're saying that
they would know.
That's kind of my point.
Knowing that he's not, they would say that he is. So from the outside looking in, it looks like worship to anybody. To anybody looking, they would say he's worshiping.
Yeah, 100%, and that's what happens every Sunday. There are many people that are going to be doing things, casting out demons and things.
I agree with that.
And he said, "Depart from me, for I depart from me, for I never knew you." That's what he's going to say. Like, I never knew you. You were never, So my point is saying, just like you can't accidentally worship God. I mean, people can perceive you. My question wasn't, can you be accidentally perceived to be worshiping God? That was my question. So I would agree with y'all about that.
The reason why I don't think that's a parallel is because I don't think these other deities have the same rule set and guidelines that God has. So I think God
I see what you're saying now.
Have a stricter program, but these deities may say, "I just need you to slay a cow, or I just need you to spill blood."
Again,
as long as you're spilling blood, you're worshiping me. Whether you
butchers do that same thing.
So Vulcan, are you saying that if your intent, it has to do with intent at the end of the day? Really? Because if you're doing the action, but your intention is not what the action is, are you really doing the action?
I'm saying when it comes to worship, yes, you cannot.
When it comes to worship, but that's what I'm talking about.
Something,
yeah. Like you could be like, "Oh, I'm putting my hands in the air and I have my eyes closed," but are you really praying to God? Are you really actually doing what the thing is said? I would agree with that if you put it that way. Then,
and I was saying if that applies on the positive side of things in the church,
then
it applies on the negative side of things with paganism too.
The reason why I would agree with that is because I don't think that these pagan gods have the same strict guidelines that God.
They don't need the same. They just got to have something. They got to have something that they're doing.
I think it's like they may say, as long as you're in proximity with other people, like as long as you're in the tomb, or as long as you're in the temple, or as long as you're in this area, or as long as you're doing this specific act, it could be a specific act to where all I need you to do is something God told you not to do. If God told you not to do this and you're doing it, then you're worshiping me instead of God, because God's word specifically said not to do this. But I got you over here doing it. You see what I'm saying?
So T, are you saying that would be the equivalent of hanging out with gang members but not being in the gang?
Pretty much. That's a good example. Yeah. Because you can still go down for something. Like the police can show up and say, "You know what?"
But you still wouldn't be a gang member.
So it's guilty by association, but not actually guilty.
But to the police gonna put gang affiliated. The police gonna
but
you might be like, you know what?
Affiliated though, but again, affiliated is different than actually being a member.
But
it's the same as like being in somewhere where they're raping children and stuff like that. You're now an accessory. You might not even have known.
Right.
But what goes on the docket is accessory though.
But the fact
there's a difference.
Now you're now an accessory to a crime that you
not
just been there for the alcohol or for the.
So let's connect the two. So I can connect the two. So essentially what you're saying is that in the cop's point of view, you are guilty, right? T reason. But when it comes to kind of going time to trial, which would Vulcan is coming from, and God would be the judge, you would not be guilty.
Well, it depends.
Would that be the best way to sum that up?
That's exactly
to what you guys are
actually doing it. You just look like you're doing it.
Correct. So in the eyes of the law, you are guilty. But when it comes time to actually being sentenced for the crime, you're found not guilty because of the evidence.
So are you guys saying that it's not possible for you to be guilty by association?
No. You can be guilty by association. So he's not. So what Vulcan is saying, essentially.
So that's the crime that I'm saying you're committing, is you're guilty by association. That's the crime I'm saying you're committing.
Let me
you might be guilty by association, but at the end of the day, when it comes down to conviction, you will not be found guilty.
Yeah. But I want to
you,
connect what he's
you don't
saying.
think you can be found guilty of a crime of
Yeah. So the thing is, so the crime we're trying to see if somebody's convicted of is pagan worship, right? So if somebody's around pagan worship, God would know they didn't actually worship a pagan. Now they may be guilty of something else, some kind of association thing while you're hanging out with them, whatever it is, but it's not going to be actually pagan worship because they weren't actually worshiping a pagan.
It's like accessory to murder versus actual murder.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I think that it's unreasonable to not worship, to not celebrate a holiday because of its pagan origins, because you'd have to actually intentionally be worshiping a pagan for it to be pagan worship. Number one. Number two is people that are doing any kind of holidays today, it doesn't look like what the pagans did. It doesn't. It might be symbolic of what they did. It may have some similar elements of what they did, but those pagan rituals were very specific practices they did to worship their pagans, their pagan gods. Nobody today when you're seeing a traditional Christmas practice or Halloween practice is doing anything that looks like what they did back then.
There was an actual show like that. I don't know if you guys ever saw it, where these deities.
We don't watch TLC.
Which one?
We don't watch TLC.
Oh no, it was like a Netflix movie or something like that, where it's like a show, and anytime these people like participated in the holiday or did that thing, that deity power would grow and their existence would continue on and permeate. So as long as they had people celebrating St. Patrick's Day and all these other different deities, they could all still exist. But as soon as they became forgotten, they disappeared and didn't exist anymore. I don't know if y'all ever saw that.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
No.
I wish I could remember what it was called, but it was pretty in depth. I thought it was pretty
yeah, it had the sleep one in there, the sleep one in there, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of them. And they had this whole place where they had
Jack Frost. I think Jack Frost was the hero.
Jack Frost was in there, yeah. And they had like heroes, and they had good and evil, and it was like it was.
I remember it.
It was crazy. I wish I could finish that show. I never finished.
You got me thinking about the movie Get Out.
Yeah, no, this was like that, but I feel like this one's a little bit more extreme than that. It's a little bit.
Yeah, well, then we covered that one. It might have any other good arguments for it. I just wanted to hear the good arguments. I keep seeing it pop up. Like, I don't see any good reason to not celebrate a holiday because of its pagan origins.
It would have to come down to
it. I'm just real big on alignment with God, and I feel like we should be in alignment. And I feel like pagan origins get us in a misalignment, or it gives the ability to mislead. So I feel like anytime we discover something to be slightly off, we should correct it, no matter what.
But the thing is not the.
Okay, well,
that's
do you celebrate Christmas? Do you celebrate Christmas, T-Reason?
That's up for debate. Because I would rather celebrate. I would rather celebrate Christmas on Jesus's actual birthday, but I don't know what that is. So if I knew,
it doesn't matter. But do you celebrate Christmas on Christmas?
So to say celebrate, no. Do I participate? Yes. Do I celebrate? No. So like I may do some of the things, but I'm not per se trying to celebrate the paganism about it. You know what I'm saying? I just look at it as an excuse to give gifts to my family or to my children.
So then you're literally using the same reason that Vulcan is.
Right.
Just in different words.
Because
so you're disagreeing with him in the beginning, but when I ask you this question, you're literally saying the same thing he is.
Because I truly believe that once we find something to be wrong, once we know the right way to go about it, we should change it to that. That's what I'm saying.
We already have the right way. Again,
what is the right way?
There's no greater significance to celebrating a birthday or any type of thing on the day of or the day after, the day before. There's no added significance to it. People get dogs all the time. They don't know when the dog was born.
Significance because it's the actual day.
But there's nothing about the actual day that's more significant than another day. What about the actual day is more significant?
Because it's the actual day. It's a remembrance of that actual day.
But you're just saying the actual day is more important because it's the actual day, and but what justifies that?
Because that's what made the day have significance.
No, what made the day have significance? People place significance on it. No day has significance until human beings place significance on it.
Right, like your born day, like your birthday.
That's what I'm saying. But
it's a day that you were born, so now it has significance because
it's not significant because you're born there. It's significant because people think it's significant because you're born there.
In that case, nothing has significance. But
unless people place significance. That's my whole point. I'm saying significance is based off the people placing the significance on it. It's not inherent to the thing.
But it should be though. Why can it not? Why can that?
Well, it's not whether it can or cannot. That's just not how the universe is set up. You know, the universe set. We already read the scripture Romans 14 that talks about it from a biblical standpoint. But even before we get there, significance is placed on things that we place it on. So for all you know, I can create a civilization where the day after somebody's born is the day we celebrate. And that will be the day we celebrate. And so in that civilization, that's all they would know. And then somebody from this universe would come over there and be like,
that's an interesting concept. It's harder to apply it though, to actually make that the thing.
Well, I think the Bible's clear. The Bible says that some people esteem all days alike. Some esteem some days better than others. The Bible says teach their own. It even tells you that there's no special one day. If it was that special, the Bible would have recorded it. It didn't record it.
But it does speak out against idolatry and idol worship though.
But we're talking about having a day be special. There's nothing in the Bible that says
that's just a social construct.
Yeah, you can place significance on it or you cannot. It's up to you. God gives us the liberty to put significance on some days. Let's say let's say I got a great job making $1 billion a year. I may want to make that, a special day for the rest of my life. I can do that if I want to, or I cannot do it.
I got you. I'm tracking.
So I was saying the significance is based off what we place, whether it's gold, whether there's anything in life, we put the significance on it.
So we put a lot of significance on a lot of different things.
So people go, that's not the day he was born. So what? It doesn't matter what the day he was born. People buy dogs all the time or adopt kids. And, especially in slavery, people didn't know when their birthdays were. They would celebrate the birthday when they chose. They picked the day to celebrate.
I mean, that's like the same thing as just like you have different holidays are celebrated in different areas. Like Christmas is celebrated differently in America than it is in Russia. Totally different. I mean, you're talking about like a month apart.
Yeah, you're making me hungry, James.
How do you?
I got to give me something to munch down on, man.
I'll wrap it up. I was just letting everybody finish what they were saying.
Yeah, y'all making me hungry, man. I ain't got no snacks nearby, nothing. I got to go downstairs and give me a little popcorn. Man, I do, man. The way I'm feeling right now, I take you up on that offer, man, for real. Yeah.
Last I'll say is this: not doing something because of its pagan origins is a genetic fallacy. It's called the fallacy of genetics. When you disqualify a belief based off its origin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know enough about it to say whether it's right or wrong. I just feel like we should align ourselves as biblically as possible. So if God says not to do something, we shouldn't do it. That's my stance on it.
Yeah, if God said don't do it, I would say don't do it too. But
right,
God never says don't celebrate something because of its pagan origins.
But He does say not to have idol worship or false idols. And some of these paganism things have false idols. So that's the part where
what false idol? Because we can make an idol out of anything.
Like Esther.
No, but my point is you can make an idol out of anything, and that would be wrong. You can make an idol out of that mic, an idol out of glass, an idol out of your mom, an idol out of Mary, the Virgin Mary. Mm-hmm. Make an idol out of anything.
And the Bible talks about having idol worship, and we shouldn't do that. So
yeah, you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it. But somebody celebrating Christmas or Halloween, what's the idol in that? Unless they make something idol.
And a lot of churches are against Halloween. They specifically don't
because that's my whole point. Because they're not very logical. They're not very reasonable. They don't know the Bible very well, and they don't understand reason. Because they're disqualifying something based off of hearsay. Like
but they're saying there's demons and different things like that involved. So you.
But what's a demon in Halloween? What's the demon in Halloween?
No, people dress up. People dress up as different things.
How's that a demon? I don't get how's that a demon.
Okay.
Yeah, but people, I mean, you can have people dressing up as different things as at like a theme party.
I'm trying to figure out what's a demon in Halloween.
I mean, well, like you got ogres, witches,
Ogres are not demons. Witches are not demens.
True enough. But some people do dress up like the devil or put horns.
But when they dress up like the devil, they're because the whole depiction of the devil comes from a black comedian named Flip Wilson, where he had the pitchfork and the red thing. Right, the Bible never depicts the devil like that at all.
Okay.
He made that up. And now we all think that the little red thing with the pitchfork is the devil because some comedian did it one day and it just kind of took over.
They kind of stuck. They put it in.
Remember the devil was a fallen angel. He would look like whatever angel would look like.
I see what you're saying.
And we really don't even know what they look like. And so my point is, again, just saying that when we see a werewolf or a vampire or whatever, we go, that's the devil, that's demonic. That's us placing that on there.
Yeah, that's true.
And some folks probably do worship that stuff. That is demonic, and if it was a demonic to somebody, I would say you shouldn't be doing it. If it was demonic to them, but when I see a werewolf, I don't think them demonic. I think the Hulk or Galactus. That's what I think about. You know what I'm saying? It's just something made up thing somebody made up one time.
Gotcha. I got it. I'm tracking.
Hey, what's your thoughts on that? Any thoughts?
No, I agree with that. I mean, again, you did make a good point. It's like, how do you know what a demon looks like? How do you know what, all it looks like? It's all just what we perceive or imagine it to be. The same thing, how do you know what an alien looks like? How do you know that they're really gray with big eyes and have all these little things? It's just, what we project out and perceive to be what our imagination is and what we want to be true. Doesn't mean that it actually is true or it actually is what you think it is.
Precisely.
I know whatever an angel looks like, it was terrifying because every time an angel shows up in the Bible, people want to worship it. People get afraid of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's like, if they say that the devil is very charismatic and he has all his demons and everything, how do you know that a demon would not be somebody who you would be attracted to and want to be more friendly with because they have that power of being deceiving, of controlling you, of making you think everything is good and giving you the things that you want to see, giving you or making you hear the things that you want to hear and stuff like that. So it could be that, very tall woman who looks very attractive compared to, that ugly woman who you see. It's really perception.
Yeah, those witches are really ugly women, and when you look at the history of how women even got kind of labeled witches is because my understanding of the history was during the bubonic plague, which was spread by rats, or mouse, whatever, but probably both of them, vermin. And what happens is people that had cats didn't have rats, so they didn't get bubonic plague. So that's how their association with cats and witches even started, because the people that had cats didn't get bubonic plague, and they thought they must be witches. But really, it's just that they got cats, so they don't have any rats to bite them.
You know what's funny is my cat is literally next to me playing with her mouse. Sitting on the floor throwing it around. That's just funny that you say that at the same time. Well, I turn my head in wondering what that noise is. It's literally my cat throwing its pet mouse across the house.
So yeah, for me, I mean, the history demystifies it, takes all the oofa-foo-foo stuff out of it because it's just that's how people
oofa-foo-foo stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out for that oofa-foo-foo. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, fellas, I ain't gonna hold y'all too much longer.
Yes, sir.
Good show.
Yep, definitely good show, guys.
Yes, indeed. Till next time, fellas.
All right.
Yep, I'll see y'all next week.
All right.
Have a good night, guys.